Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning. Good morning. Okay, we got CPI in a minute, right? You guys are seeing this screen, right? We got Asia and London up here. We do have, let me check here 1 second. We do have a set of equal highs up here that I wouldn't be surprised if we get to today. Now, there is a lot of speculation out there. Well, I wouldn't even say it's legitimate speculation, but people talking about the Democrats and that if they, now that they don't care about being elected in office, they are going to manipulate CPI with the Fed, but obviously that's complete conspiracy. But let's see what CPI comes in at in a minute, in 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Okay, so bullish reaction initially. So again, guys, hopefully today the setup that we'll get will take us up to these highs here on NQ. I just woke up and I haven't seen much in the markets yet, but wow, guys, I'm so tired right now. My first impression is that these highs are going to get hit eventually today. Now they don't have to. Again, we do have it's like a 5-minute rebalance here at these equal highs. And also should be a 1-minute rebalance as well. Okay, so we're printing very close to the new week opening gap here. So yeah, today could easily be one of those days where we just push higher. I will note that on QQQ, we do have a weekly level that correlates very close to this weekly new week opening gap. So this could act as resistance, but again, we're going to look for some kind of a setup to get there. Hopefully we get something. Let me just check. Let me look around and see if there's any sets of equal highs that I haven't seen yet. Wow. So nothing here. No sets of equal highs at this 1 minute. Now again, guys, we do have this little set of equal highs here, so they're not like extremely obvious, but they do exist, so we will note that. Looking at the, wow, why are all my executions here? So looking at NQ on the weekly, obviously we have taken out this weekly buy side. Now we do have a lack of displacement above it, so that could tell me that we might get more retracements here. However, if we look at the daily, we did retrace into the daily fair value gap and the 4-hour fair value gap, and now we are having a bullish reaction. So hopefully this brings us higher. I would ideally like to see more retracements than this. For example, we do have another daily fair value gap here that I would like us to rebalance. And we probably will, unless this is just ultra bullish PA for the next few months, we might not until later. Also keep in mind, we are pushing out of November, out of October, and typically November and December are bullish months, so just keep that in mind. But again, guys, what we can see here, and this would be ideal, so what I want to see is potentially a drop into this 1 minute fair value gap, which we just got, but maybe a steeper drop and then get an inverse fair value gap set up, taking a partial at the new week opening gap and then leaving runners to the equal highs. That's what I'm hoping to see here. By the way, who's in the chat? Anybody that, anyone from X that I've been, that has been following me and I posted about live streaming yesterday? Damn, I am so tired I can't even speak English. I also have to log into some of my accounts here, so give me a second, guys. Because I completely slept through an alarm. So I had to get up super quick, and now I have to set up all my accounts, which is really annoying. I hate having to do that, but it is what it is. Okay, so we're trading into the 1 minute fair value gap here, obviously, but nothing that I see yet that is A+. If you really want to try something, you can try and just take a long from it and hope and pray for a rebalance, but I would never do that personally. Let's look at the 5 minute here. I just want to see if there's any sets of equal lows that we're missing. So these are relatively equal, but they aren't quite equal. As you can see, this low and this low are not equal. We did sweep this set of equal lows, which I like to see as far as bullishness is concerned. Okay, we're already getting an immediate reaction out of the 1 minute here, guys. No really good 30-second, obviously. If you want to try a scalp here, you could try a 1-to-1 up to this new week opening gap. However, again, it's not part of my model, so I won't do it. But I won't stop you from recognizing that this is a potential setup. Again, it's low probability, but a 1-to-1 here is not half bad. I just would never take it again for my model, especially not for my first trade of the day. Okay guys, give me a second here. I'm gonna try and log into my account, so give me one moment while I do that. So again, it looks like we are rebalancing this new week opening gap. Watch to see what we get. If we get an immediate rejection out of this, I would expect us to potentially be able to come down and maybe take out the data low, possibly. So I'll label that here as data low. And then of course we have 8:30 and midnight down here as well. So ideally the best setup would be coming down here, hopefully before even balancing the new week opening gap. Let's say we don't touch this. We come all the way down, we inverse this 1 minute, we take out data lows, 8:30 and midnight, and we get a really beautiful inverse fair value gap setup. So let's say we come down, we get an IFEG, we close above it, we can use that to go higher. That would be the A+ setup. So we'll see if we get that. But again, that is for now just complete speculation and hope. It's what I would like to see. And if we do get something like that, then I know how I can execute. Okay. Okay, so we just got the touch of the new week opening gap. So if you tried that 1-to-1 setup, that would have worked for you, obviously. But now, hopefully we get a further trade, let's say into this 5 minute fair value gap. Let me just mark this out here so you guys can see it. So we have a standard 5 minute fair value gap here. So ideally, I'd like to see a touch into it again, and then a test, maybe an inverse fair value gap from there. Now, if this 1 minute inverses here, okay, this is actually not half bad, right? Why is it not half bad? We just balanced a new week opening gap. We took out an internal high. We took out an internal high, balanced a new week opening gap, and now we have unbalanced fair value gaps here. So if we inverse this 1 minute, you could take this short. I am still very bullish and we have equal high, so I'm not going to short. I would like to see this work, and then hopefully we get a bullish inverse out of it. But if you are bearish, this 1 minute inverse, it's a little bit small for my liking, and we do have another one below it, to be fair. So you'd have to inverse 2 at the same time. Whoops. But if we do, this is not a half bad short, and your stop to break even would be at this low, and then I would take a partial somewhere in here and hold the rest down to the data low. But again, I'm not bearish, so I'm not going to take this trade. I hope that makes sense. Okay, give me a second while I log in here, guys. in. So you guys will be able to see here, this is a paper Apex account, or not paper, a performance Apex account. So that's what I'll be trading on the other screen. On this one, I will be paper trading, but I will be executing the trade. If I execute a trade, it will be on both my live account and on my paper account. So again, I'm not taking this inverse fair value gap if we get it, but I'm just looking to see what happens here. Again, my target is these equal highs that formed on the 1 minute from, these were from November 11th. Okay, so we do have a set there. Let me just make sure we don't have another set. No, we do not. But we do have this unbalanced 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute that we could easily hit. So just a heads up. It looks like we're getting an immediate 1 minute bounce out of this fair value gap. So again, still nothing that I can take here. By the way, is anybody in a long right now? Did you guys take a trade from this rebalance or this rebalance? So let's see what happens at the top of this new week opening gap. We could easily reject here and then go down later on. This 1 minute looks a little bit better, if I had to say so myself. If you look at the 5 minute chart here, we technically still have not gotten a balance of this 5 minute fair value gap. So hopefully what they do here, if you want to take a scalp, if we get this short, if we get this fair value gap to inverse, you can take a short immediately at the close, and then, I mean, your first take profit would be here, but again, this is just too bad of RRs for me to take, and again, I am bullish, so I wouldn't take that. But right now, this is what I'm seeing. Again, we have this new week opening gap here that we're going to see how we react out of it. If we just completely burst through it, that tells me that we're probably just going to make a move to these equal highs in one sweep. We're not going to start chopping around, but we just have to see how we react, right? So on MN and Q, we have just hit the top of the new week opening gap. On NQ, we still have not. So just a heads up. Let's take a look at ES quick. ES bullish and also right at its new week opening gap, interestingly enough. Pull up the 5 again here. So here's that 5 minute fair value gap that I'd like to see balanced. And we also do have buy side liquidity right above the new week opening gap. So we'll label that as well. We'll label it buy side. So let's see what happens, guys. Tesla pushing to 339. How's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin just passed the half standard deviation of this whole leg, so that's pretty good. I think we'll probably aim for a minimum 1.5 standard deviation, and then 2.5, 3.5, and 4.5 comes out at 182. So that's pretty good. But anyways, let's get back to NQ. So guys, if we inverse this and you want to take a short, this tells me that if we come all the way down here that we're very likely to take out this internal low. So you can try a scalp if you want. Again, I am not, because I am bullish. I'm not trying to take shorts on a leg where I'm actually bullish, right? That's how you wreck your accounts. Again, if you can manage your risk properly, then that's not an issue. And if you go with smaller size, I don't think it's terrible. But again, not part of my personal model currently in this leg of distribution. So as you guys can see, if you are a new trader, or if you don't really trade with a system, this is what trading with a system looks like. Yeah, what's up, Dal? Good morning, bro. This is what trading with a system looks like. a lot of the times you're going to be sitting at the charts without a model, and you have to be patient until something pops out at you that is so A plus that you can't deny it and you have to take it. Right now, none of that stands out to me. So I would say probably 90% of me sitting at the charts is basically analyzing, tape reading, and seeing what is going to happen, and then 10% is executing. Dal, are you in a trade, brother? So guys, it looks like we're probably heading for this 5-minute buy side, right? You guys know that we have a buy side set of buy side liquidity up here. What's interesting is that yesterday, okay, we had this kind of power of 3 here. So we had all these equal highs, relative equal highs here in a new week opening gap. We came above 1 tick, as you can see right here, and then we completely distributed down yesterday. And then we had this beautiful inverse setup that I personally took up to this high. It's like a 5-minute rebalance. So I don't know if anyone else took that, but I did. Let's go back to the 1-minute chart here. So yeah, guys, if we get this inverse, it looks pretty good. I won't deny it, but again, it's not part of my model because I'm looking for longs. So hopefully we get this inverse. Hopefully we get this to inverse. We trade down into this secondary 1-minute fair value gap. Then maybe we get a setup from here. That'll be possible. Or, I'll delete that. We can maybe come down and completely take out 8:30, midnight, and the data lows, and then get an inverse from here up to these equal highs. So that would be optimal, but we'll see what we get, right? Okay, so far no close below. We closed just at it, right? But just this swing move down here tells me we're probably going to come down to this low because a lot of people that are long have their stops below here. Right? But again, there's no setup here, and even if there was, I mean, you're going to have to move your stop to break even almost immediately, because if we hit this and then completely reverse, your position's going to get obliterated. So it's just not even worth it to me to take. You know, if you're scalping, great, but otherwise, I don't see the point. Yeah, and that's a good point, Dal, is to look for SMTs. There's a lot of equal highs here on ES at Fomc, by the way. By the way, guys, we have equal highs here. We have equal highs here. Now, I put less value on ES equal highs, but they are still there. So you have to acknowledge that. Okay, so did we just get a close below? We did, so technically this is a short, guys, but I'm not taking this. Again, I think this is probably going to hit this with a high degree of certainty right now. And I would move my stop to break even immediately if it did, but again, it's not part of my model, so I'm not going to take it. I mean, it is my model, but because I'm bullish, I'm not taking this setup, if that makes sense, guys. Okay, so your stop should be at break even immediately here. We do have these 1-minute fair value gaps you could bounce out of. Yeah, I'm telling you, Dal, this works like 90% of the time, but I'm just not taking it because if I'm wrong, we would have immediately reversed from here and we would have gotten a setup long. So I would rather see the setup long. Okay, so hopefully we go down to this internal low now. We do have a 1-minute order block here that's holding up price. We did disrespect this 1-minute order block, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, it looks like we're probably going down to balance the 5-minute, which we just did. If we get this 3-minute setup, guys, I think this would be pretty darn good to take long. And it would look something like this. Right, stop would be a 3-minute close back below, and take profit would be up here. So you're looking at almost a 5-to-1 trade. Now, hopefully we get something lower and we can target the 3-minute and then move our stop to break even once we get there. That would be pretty good too. So like, let's say we sweep this low and we get some kind of IFEG within here. That would be really good to target the 3-minute, and then we would move our stop to break even and let the rest run. So that would be a really good RR trade and lower risk. So again, guys, what my model looks for is a few different things. Number one is a sweep of liquidity. So this would be that liquidity sweep, trading into a bullish PD array if I'm long, and then looking for an inverse fair value gap with a change of market structure with unbalanced fair value gaps as a target above, and either new week opening gaps or equal highs. So this scenario is one where we'll get all of that. And again, if the model wins, it wins. If it loses, it loses. But I think that if you're taking something that's super good, then you should be fine. Right? If you're only taking A+ setups, then you should be good. I'm just looking at my X account to see if there's something I missed from yesterday. Okay, so nice reaction here so far. I don't think we even traded into this 1 minute yet, but if we did, that would be even nicer to come down to these lows. So far, we are holding this 1 minute fair value gap, just a heads up. We have not closed below it yet, but once we do, we're very likely to come down to this low. And apologies, guys, if I'm a little quiet. I have people sleeping here, so I'm not trying to speak too loud until probably another hour from now. Okay, so we did get a 1 minute close here. Again, we're very low and we have unbalanced fair value gap, so I'm not shorting this here. But if you really wanted to, you could try it to this internal low. I will not. I will be waiting for a long setup out of it. Dallas watching the bearish breaker on the 532 candle. Which time frame are you looking at? On the 2 minute or the 1 minute? This little thing here? 8:32. I was gonna be like, what? Are you also Pacific time? $8.32. This is not really a breaker. This is this is a bullish order block, but I guess you can call it a breaker. But this whole set of up close candles right here is the breaker, which starts at 8:34 to 8:36. But this is pretty much the model here, guys. Like I said, we got this 1 minute here that inversed. Again, I didn't take it because I am bullish on the day, but this is what's starting this kind of intermediate intraday sell model, internal sell model, hopefully to this low. And if we get something really nice down here, then our R will be even crazier, right? We'll get an R from here. I'll take a partial in this 3 minute, and then I will leave runners to buy side and then up to equal highs. So hopefully it looks something like this. We'll leave one to buy side, and then we'll leave our final runner all the way up to the equal highs, which are right here. So that's what I'm looking for here. Now, the best setup would be if we came down and we swept the data low, because we also have 8:30 and midnight here. That would balance the whole leg, and then we'd get the longs. That would be really awesome. And ES did the exact same thing, so. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, guys, so wait to see what happens when this low gets taken. Again, we have this 3 minute here that I'm now looking at. So this is going to be like the main PD array that's holding down price right now. So what I want to see now that we swept this low is potentially a beautiful inverse that forms here. So if we get it, for example, from right here, this to me would be really good. And it's much lower and gives us a much better probability of success. We would take a partial maybe in this 1 minute or this 3 minute, and then hold the rest to our targets. Again, but I need to see a really clean 1 minute. So like for now, this looks pretty clean. We're also trading out of a bullish PD array after sweeping liquidity. So I don't have to see this hit, but if it gets hit first, all the better. So I hope that makes sense, guys. This will be my long setup if we get it, as long as it holds. Obviously, if the 1 minute fair value gap changes, then that's a different story, but for now, it doesn't look half bad. So again, we've swept liquidity. We're trading into a bullish PD array. And now we're getting a wick, so if we get a close above here, stop would be moved to break even once this high hits, and we target, ideally, again, this 3 minute, and then we'd leave the runners to higher. Let's look at the 2 and see if there's anything really nice. The 2 looks good as well, guys. If you want to wait for the 2, you're welcome to. I am personally going to wait for the 1. But it's up to you guys. I just think the 1 looks fine. It doesn't look bad, so if you want to wait for the 3, you can wait for the 3 as well. But again, if it's just going to run, it's going to run without us, so I'd rather just take it. We're also now in discount of the range. We draw at the 50% level. We are now in discount. So all these things line up to tell me that we could potentially reverse here. Whoops. I would give this, again, probably a, I don't know, a 7 out of 10. But it still looks decent to me, so I'm willing to try it. Yeah, I mean, we could get a sweep of London low, but we don't have to. So to me, we're so bullish that I don't care about any of that. Hopefully we get this data low sweep, and if we do, we'll probably go to London, but yeah, guys, actually more and more looking at this 1 minute, I think probably the 2 or the 3 will be better to wait for. So let's wait for the 3. How about that? So once the 3 inverses here, especially if we inverse from here, then we can take a long and we'll target this fair value gap as a target, or this one, whichever you prefer, and then leave runners up to these highs. So again, guys, we want to see a strong reaction out of this 3 minute fair value gap if we're going to see the continued bullishness here. And again, once we get a 3 minute close above this fair value gap, if it forms, because it hasn't yet, right? The candle closes at 9, so we have another minute. Okay, so we officially have this bearish 3. So if in the next 3 minutes we get a reaction out of here and it's strong, hopefully with one 3-minute candle, you can take the long. Partial, again, would be at this high or this high, whichever you prefer, and then leave runners to buy side and to the equal highs. Now, if we just get a complete dump here through the data low, we may target Asia. It's possible. It doesn't have to happen. And then we would get the long from there. And again, I could be completely wrong on being bullish, right? It could actually be a sell day. If you look at the daily chart, we still have not balanced a lot of this 4-hour gap, but we have balanced a decent amount of it and the 4-hour after sweeping a low. So to me, that tells me we may just reverse here. And again, we're at all-time highs. I'm not trying to really short. That's just me. Okay, so that's why my bias is bullish. And if I'm wrong, we could further retrace down into the 4-hour and maybe tap into this low that we hit yesterday. So we can label this as sell side just so you guys can see it. And if I'm wrong, I mean, I'll probably get stopped at break even on my trade. And if not, I'll get stopped long before this hits for a small loss, most likely. So doesn't really matter to me. I'm just labeling it as equal lows because it's a red in my trading view. But for you guys, just know that this is that internal sell side that we may hit here. Now, if we sweep this, if we inverse this 5-minute and close below it, then we're obviously going to go to this data low. And maybe we can look for a 1-minute short from there. But again, not part of my model, so I'm not going to be taking any shorts today. I am looking for a strong bullish reaction in this 3-minute fair value gap to go higher. And if I'm wrong, then we'll sweep. I could care less. If you were short, like I called earlier in the stream, right? I said that if this 1-minute inverses and you're bearish, you can take this short to this internal low and then to data lows. But I'm not, so if I was bearish today, this would have been my setup. It's A+. But again, I didn't take it because I'm not bearish. I hope that makes sense. And again, guys, I've told you this before. I am paper trading in front of you, but I do have my my funded account right here. You can see it's a paper account. I mean, I always say paper, a performance account. So I will be trading that on the right side of the screen, but anything I take here on paper is going to be the same trade that I'm taking on the funded. Because it is CPI day, it's red folder news, single set. Those are the days that I take with live accounts. Okay, so far we're getting a wiki reaction out of this 3. So I do like that. If we get a 3-minute close on this next candle, I think that will be a good long setup to at least rebalance this 3-minute fair value gap. You can take a partial there, or you can take one here. I'm going to wait for this 3 to take a partial and hold my runners to this buy side liquidity and this equal highs, on these equal highs. Is anybody in a short right now? Did anyone take this 1-minute? Or is everybody looking for longs pretty much? And don't just say that you're looking for longs because I'm looking for longs, okay? If you're bearish on the day, and don't follow my bias, right? If you're bearish, this would have been a great short. And I explained why, but again, just because I'm bullish does not mean you need to be bullish. I explained to you why we're at all-time highs. We already balanced a 4-hour gap and a daily. Doesn't mean, I mean, we can easily come back and further rebalance the daily and the 4-hour, which is what this sell side is right here in red. But for me, I am only looking for longs. So guys, if we get this candle closes at 9:06, so in 2 minutes, if we get a big strong close here, I will look for a long. And again, I'm targeting this 3-minute and then buy side above. Guys, also, if you haven't liked the stream, please do. It helps more people see it. Trying to get a lot of people to understand how these data setups work. I think they're the bread and butter setups of the market. And yeah, so the more people that get to see this, the better. And if you don't like the stream, we can't be friends, I'm sorry. Okay guys, so it looks like we're getting a bullish reaction here. Again, I want to see a close above this. So far, we are not getting that close that I want. And we have less than a minute until the close of the candle. Damn guys, we got 2 likes on the stream and 6 people are watching it. Okay, there we go. 4 likes, thank you very much. Okay guys, so let's see if we get this closed now. We got less than 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Looks like we're not gonna get the close, but if we get it on the next candle, that'll be good. If you guys wanna wait for the 1 minute, you can. So like if this 1 minute closes above, what I'll probably do here is wait for the 2. So I got another, and I got until 9:08 for this to close because I don't want to miss the move, right? So there might have been a nice 30-second long here, I'm not sure, but yo, what's up, Course? Good morning, bro. Okay, guys, so we're waiting for the 2-minute close here. Again, we've got less than 2 minutes, so 1 minute and 20 seconds here. If you guys are really if you want to be risky, you can wait for the 1, which is going to close in just a little bit. But again, I know that 2 and 3 are holding down price, so at the minimum, I'm going to wait for the 2. Stop will be to break even at this high, and then I'll let runners go to the 3-minute fair value gap above. So the 1 minute just closed above, guys. So if you guys want to take that, you can. I'm not going to personally. I'm waiting for the 2. But whatever you guys take is totally up to you. So we got less than a minute left here for the 2. About 30 seconds. Hopefully it doesn't sweep this high first. If it sweeps this high first, I can't take it. I'd have to wait for this 3-minute to inverse. Okay, so we were pretty much going to miss this, guys, unfortunately. Maybe not. Let's see. Maybe not. Inverse that Sibi on the 1 minute would be cherry. Yeah, so if you guys are in this already, I don't think it's half bad, but again, I'm just waiting for the 2. Okay, so the 2-minute just closed. I'm in this on my funded account. I'll buy it here for you guys so you can see what I'm doing. Again, stop to break even will be here. And then obviously if the market gets a 3-minute close, 2-minute close back below, then we would, then this would be our loss. Again, this is not a set stop. We're going to wait for a 2-minute close back below the fair value gap. So I'm going to leave it down here for now. And technically, guys, there is a 2-minute fair value gap here as well that needs to be balanced. So we could trade down into that and then move higher. And also, guys, one thing to note is that the 3-minute has not closed above yet. So we really want to see this close above first. And so we might get stopped out here, unfortunately, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to keep the chart on the 3 for now. But I don't like that we just wicked here. So I might have to get out of this trade. We'll see again if the 2-minute closes back below the fair value gap. We've got pretty much 30 seconds until that happens, so. Again, guys, if we get a close below in the 2-minute, I will cut this for a small loss. Again, this is going to be a partial, so I would take 1 off here. I would take another 1 off at buy side and then another 1 off at the equal highs. So far, we're stabbing into this 2-minute, so I don't want to see a close here. If it does, then I'm going to get stopped here. Okay, guys, I am officially going to be out of this trade. Okay, guys, so that is a example of taking a loss. Again, I'm not going to let this go against me now and move my stops down lower, because if this is because of what just happened here, we're probably likely to at least take out this low and then probably the data lows. So I'm not going to be in it for the ride all the way down. Does that make sense? So it's a small loss in comparison to what it could have been. Most people, if they take this L, they're just going to basically not want to accept defeat, and they move their stop lower and lower and lower until that $1,000 loss turns into a $6,000 loss or a $5,000 loss or whatever it may be. Does that make sense? And again, guys, so the real optimal trade here would have been to wait for the 3. We didn't. We waited for the 2. So that's a lesson. If you guys can see this in the future, you guys can wait for the 3 to be a little bit more, to be less risky. And that is just the nature of the game, guys. So far, that is one loss on the day on an eval and a funded. On a paper and a funded. And so now we will wait for another A+ setup. Hopefully we get a sweep of these data lows, and then we get our long. But again, if I take 2 losses today, I am completely done. Any trader that tells you that they only win or that they can read the markets 100%, they're lying to you. But again, if I take 2 trades in a day, I'm almost always done unless they're both wins. Especially if they're both losses, I'm done. Okay, so you see that, guys? See how I saved myself some money there? 2 minute closed above and then back below. So immediately that tells me that I am not in sync with the markets here. And now I just saved myself an additional $1,000 on this sweep down, and potentially even another 1,000 here. So almost $4,000 I've saved myself if this data low hits. So this is another thing that a lot of traders don't really recognize, is how do you behave when the market goes against you? Yeah, what's up, Facts from Cameron? So are you saving yourself money? This is a question you have to ask. Does your model protect your capital? Look what happened here, guys. I just saved myself a $1,000 loss, and potentially an additional $1,000 loss, and potentially another additional 1,000 and additional 1,000 to this data low. So not only is your model making you money, but is your model saving your capital? And in this case, I was able to save my loss by potentially an additional 3x. So if that makes sense, I hope it does. You guys can let me know if you have questions, but that is part of the game, right? What was that you told about ASML? I'll go over that in a bit, Cameron, because right now we're trying to trade NQ. But that is something I personally added in my long-term account. And I'll explain to you guys why in a bit, but so far, guys, we are still, okay, I want to look at the 1 minute here. Yeah, not A+. We did just sweep a low. We basically turtle souped within a bullish PD array. Let me check the 3. So guys, I'm pretty much now that this 3 minute rejected, I'm going to wait for the 3 to close above. So if we get a 3 minute close above here, this is the only time I would enter a long again. Now I like that we just swept a low and we're reacting bullishly. So if we get like an order block here plus the 3 minute, then I think at minimum we'll move our stop to break even at this internal high, and then we'll target these 2. But for now, we're not going to target any longs until we get this order block plus fair value gap. So again, another thing I don't like with a lot of traders is they claim like that you can't follow their trades, and that they don't really give you an idea of when they're in their funded accounts, like what trade is so good to them that they would enter in a funded. So one of my goals with this channel is going to be to tell you guys when I'm in a live account and why this setup is good for a live account. Versus a lot of traders will hide that from you, and I don't like that, so I try and be as transparent as I can. Oh my goodness. Oh, whoops, sorry guys. I just clicked something accidentally. Okay guys, so right now, again, the bearish PD array that's holding down price right now is this 3-minute OB. I mean, the 3-minute fair value gap. If we close above it and form a 3-minute OB, then I will look for a long. But again, right now, the market is signaling to me, again, since this 1-minute inverse that I called earlier, it's signaling to me that we are taking an intraday sell model down to the data lows. Now, if we get something A plus from here, that will be awesome, and I'll take that as a long setup all the way back up to internal buy side, or in this case, external buy side on the day, and then equal highs above. So you guys know that right here we have 8:30 and midnight as well. So these, if you guys don't have these on your charts, ICT midnight and 8:30 open, it'll automatically label them for you. Why is it putting midnight here? That does not make sense. Oh, sorry, midnight is coming from all the way back here. As you guys can see, it comes from all the way there. So these are like magnets for price. Now again, we did come down and test midnight earlier in the day, so we don't have to do it again. But these levels can be very strong magnets for price. In fact, yesterday they worked for a long. I won't show that now, but I'll show it later. But you want to have these on your charts. They're very important, especially in combination with data lows. I think they're really good. And again, guys, part of trading, if you have a successful model, 90% of the time you're going to be waiting for a model to present itself. People that you see that are taking 100 trades a day, I guarantee you they're not profitable. Guaranteed. Maybe you'll see them 1 or 2 days trading successfully, but over 100 trades, they're not going to be successful. Mathematically, the algorithms don't allow it. So again, if their model is like a super quick scalping model, maybe, but for most people, they're not buying with a real model. It's like they're just clicking the button with very little reasoning behind it. So again, guys, I like this because we're trading out of a 3-minute bullish fair value gap. We swept internal liquidity, and now we swept liquidity that swept liquidity. So this is like double liquidity sweep here. So that tells me that we could easily reverse, and hopefully when we close above this 3, that will be when we enter the long. Until then, we just watch, right? So do you guys get this concept of sweeping a low that already swept a low? Okay, this is a nice reaction so far, guys. Again, if we just see an immediate bearish reaction out of this 3-minute, that won't be optimal. But if we get, for example, one 3-minute candle that sweeps this bearish fair value gap and this bearish one, that would be a really good setup long. And you see how we've swept a low, right? We swept internal liquidity. And then this is the low that formed after sweeping internal liquidity, and we swept it again. So this is like a secondary sweep. So if we inverse this 3 and this 3, this is going to be a really good setup back up to internal buy side, and then I would target these 3-minute fair value gaps right here. And again, this candle closes in 2 minutes. So hopefully in the next 2 minutes we get a sweep of both fair value gaps. That would be really nice, right? We have one right here, and then we have one right here that's holding down price. So this looks really good, guys, for a long so far. Again, we want to see the candle close like this. So we have another minute and 30 seconds to see how this candle reacts. And then not only is this really good as a fair value gap setup, but we also have an order block that's protecting price. So if I were you, I would keep your stop at the mean threshold of the order block, again, assuming that we close above it. And I need to see a 3-minute candle that closes above both to take the long. Okay, so we got another minute left on this candle, guys. So far, it's not a full body yet. It's wicking. I want to see it close all the way above. "35 seconds left. That's looking strong so far. Again, I want to see a full-bodied candle that closes above this 3-minute. That will be my signal to take a long. And you have to think, everyone that's short here has their stop above this high, so you will move your stop to break even once this high hits. That is one thing I will tell you guys for sure. And then leave your runners to these fair value gaps up here, and then a final runner to the buy side and equal highs. Okay, so we did not get a close above here, guys, so I cannot enter this, sadly. If you are risk averse, if you're riskier, you can take this now with a stop below the order block. But again, this is the PD array that's holding down price. So just because we inverse this 3-minute, it doesn't give me the confidence that this is going to continue up here. Yeah, definitely waiting for this 3-minute, guys. Again, so a lot of people that trade inverse or value gap models, they'll see this and they'll be like, oh, let's take it because we closed above. But in reality, you have to understand market structure, right? This is the PD array that's holding down price. You might get lucky here and we might just blast through it, but 9 times out of 10 taking this trade, you'll probably lose more than you'll win. So again, there's a fair value gap that inversed here, but we have another one holding down price. Do you guys get that? This is the bearish PD array holding down price right now. So I need to see it close above it to take a long. I hope that makes sense. Wow, it's already 6:22. Oh, guys, hold on. Okay, so here's the issue. I'm not even paying attention to what time it is. The market is about to open in 8 minutes. So if this doesn't happen in the next 3-minute candle, I'm not taking it. Because once market opens, we'll have some crazy volatility, and then it's not worth it. I like to wait after market opens. I'll probably wait between 10 and 15 minutes before taking a trade. So unless we get the 3-minute close right at 6:24, I'm not going to take this trade. And you guys will see why. Once market opens, movement is completely irrational for the first 10-15 minutes. If you guys take trades within those first 10 to 15 minutes of market open, I promise you, most of the time you're going to get smoked. So just be patient and wait for a setup, ideally 15 minutes after market opens. This macro at 9:50 is really good, so you guys can wait. This is a 20-minute window after market open. So this is when I like to take trades in this 9:50 to 10:10 macro, and then the 10:50 to 11:10, sorry. And it looks like we're not going to get this close here. So guys, I'm going to be watching price until 9:50. And yeah, a lot of people will see that and they'll be like, oh, this is boring. If this is boring to you, I'm telling you right now, long-term trading is not for you. Okay, so no close there, guys. Now, what'll probably happen here is that we'll get a bullish reaction out of this 3-minute, and then we'll go higher. But again, I'm not trying to predict that. I'm only taking a model that gives me confirmation of entry. So yeah, if you guys are bored right now, I promise you right now, day trading is not for you. Maybe swing trading is better for you. I do swing trading as well. I think that's honestly better than day trading. I make significantly more money swing trading than day trading. Yo, what's up, Benoj? Good morning, bro. But again, honestly, sitting on a 1-minute chart, 2-minute, 3-minute chart, 90% of the time, you are not going to be entering trades. You're going to be watching the market. If you're a profitable trader. If you're not, you can click the button whenever, when you're bored or when you need some kind of an emotional fix. People will do that, but that's not me. So again, I want to entertain you guys. but at the same time, I want to make money. So you have to ask yourself, are you trading in the markets to be entertained, to get a dopamine fix, or are you here to make money? If you're here to make money, then you're going to be sitting sometimes. There's times where I sit at the computer for 4 hours and I don't take a trade. So let that sink in. And I know a lot of people, I mean, I trade with bigger size than most. What you see on my paper trading is also what I trade on my cash accounts. My funded, I trade less, obviously, because I have 50K accounts, so I have to keep risk sizable uh, or proportional. Yo, what's up, Ricardo? Good morning, bro. Um, but what I was saying is, for most people, if they would have taken that loss, right, that was almost $1,000. That would send them into a spiraling tilt of emotions, and they would end up blowing an account here. But the fact that I'm able to sit through a trade like this, again, I did take this on a funded and a cash account. On a cash account, I just lost over $1,000 on this trade. But as you can see, it doesn't really emotionally affect me because I know that my model will allow a new setup to present itself eventually, and I will probably make that probably 3x of what I lost. So when you do this for many years, eventually things don't phase you as much. But again, you have to recognize when you're emotional and you don't click buttons. Just wait for the next A plus setup. That's it. For me, this 2-minute setup was good enough to take. Again, it failed. I saved myself an extra $1,000 loss here. And that's just the nature of the game. Like, that's just simple as that. I still know that my target is bullish for the day. Whether or not that happens now or at 9:50 or at 10:50 to 11:10, it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, guys, hopefully we get this data low sweep and then maybe we get a really nice inverse out of that. But we'll see what we get. We got market open in 2 minutes. So this 1 minute or this 2 minute inverse could potentially take us down here. But again, I'm not interested. I'm looking for longs. Is anybody in a trade right now? Also, guys, if you've taken a trade today and you've lost or you've won, you guys can let me know in the chat and I will go over the trade. I'll tell you why it was good or why it was bad. That's something I want to do more as well. Obviously, if I'm trying to look for a trade, then, or like we're in the gist of like an intense situation where we're about to click the button, well, obviously I won't. But if we're kind of in downtime, like now, we're waiting another 20 minutes to take a trade, right? So if it's downtime like this, I'm happy to analyze some trades that people have taken, even if it's from another day. We can go over it. But ideally, I'd like to stay in the current leg of price action rather than moving back in time until later in the day. Oh, another thing, guys, really quick. So one stock that I added yesterday, I did alert this. I think I alerted it on X. I alerted it in the Discord. So if you guys are not part of that, you're welcome to join. But Celsius Energy has finally dropped into this 3-month fair value gap that I've been targeting forever and internal sell side. So I am swinging this trade. I think we're probably going to end up back in the 40s and the 60s. So this is where I'll take partials on the trade. But we're already up like 5% on that because if you look at the hourly chart, we got an immediate reaction from the 3-month fair value gap and sell side, like an extremely bullish reaction. If you're looking for a trade, I think for sure this internal high is going to hit. But we want to see obviously this hourly fair value gap inverse as well. But we're back to the 3 here, guys. We're back to NQ. This looks very likely to sweep these data lows, guys. If you're looking for a short, I mean, there wasn't anything really great here. You could have tried this, right? This 1 minute, but not A plus to me. Why? Because we didn't sweep this internal buy side. If we swept this internal high and then got the 1 minute short, that wouldn't be too bad, but we got, okay, market open. Market open, guys. So like I said, if we get a sweep of this data low, 8:30 and midnight, I think this will be a great, we should get a good 1 minute long setup. But again, guys, I'm gonna wait until 9:50 to take a trade. Unless something so good sets itself up, but I doubt it, but we'll see. Tesla's up 2.5%, 2.1%, I mean. That's nice to see. I also sold a round of puts in the Discord, and we're up 28% on those in one day. I'm just looking at them right now. Celsius position is up almost 6% right now. So I like to see that. So right now, again, guys, I've been saying this time and time again, but this 3-minute fair value gap is the PD array that's holding down price. So if we sweep this data low and then get a 3-minute inverse above, I'll take that long. But right now, just because of what I'm seeing, especially if we get a close below this 3-minute fair value gap, right? If I draw it out here, right now, this is the bullish PD array holding up price. So as long as we don't close below it, I think that this will be a good long setup. But like if we close below it by a tick, like with the body, and then we don't sweep this data low, I will want to wait for this to sweep before I take the long. Wow, I got hiccups. So again, guys, we got 19 minutes now until the 9:50 macro. If you don't know about macro times, especially with futures, NQ and ES, these macro times between 9:50 and 10:10, and then 10:50 and 11:10, these are like algorithmic times where price tends to spool in the direction that you are looking for. So if I'm bullish on the day, I'm looking for a setup within these macro times or right before it to spool price higher. So I would look for a setup in this macro time, not before. Typically, if you're waiting, oh, and by the way, guys, did we just make equal highs here? No, we did not. They're off by a tick. That's okay. So far we are holding this 1 minute, 3-minute fair value gap. That's bullish. Oh, Bitcoin's already back up to 90,000. Ooh, this is the highest it's been, guys. That's crazy. How's Riot doing? Sorry, guys. I'll go back to NQ real quick, but these are some swing trades that I'm in. Oh, Riot's doing well again, too. Good. So I think Riot is going to all these internal buy sides, so that'll be really nice. But again, let's get back to NQ. 5-minute chart, again, we're also holding this bullish PD array. I do want to see this data low swept still, but for now, we'll see what we get. Damn, I need some coffee so bad. Who drinks coffee here? I know ICT says not to have any stimulants, but I gotta have my coffee. Especially like in winter time, it's so much better to drink coffee when it's cold out. Benoge drinks coffee. Let's go, bro. Okay, so you guys can see here we swept an internal low, and then we swept that internal low, and we swept another internal low while bouncing out of the 5, 3, and 1 minute bullish PD array. So it is acceptable if we close above this 3, you can take a trade and move your stop to break even immediately once this internal high hits. I don't know what I'm going to take just yet, guys. We'll have to see how PA forms. Again, I really want to see the data low get swept. By the way, where's my 8:30 and midnight? Did they... Oh, it's just taking a while to load. By the way, guys, I think I fixed my internet. I know last time it was really laggy, but if you guys get any lag, let me know. Also, if you haven't liked the stream, it really helps the algorithm if you do. And if you're not subscribed, I try and live stream most days. Um, so if you guys are looking for someone that's live streaming, I'm trying to live stream on YouTube. Eventually, I will take it private, but at least for now, while I'm building my my platform, I will be streaming live almost every day. That there is a sensible trading day. If it's not a sensible trading day, I'm not going to waste your time or my time. But you guys will see, like today and tomorrow, I think these are totally feasible live trading days. So that's why I'm doing it. But again, so as you guys know, this is the data low. What does that mean? We have this 830 candle, right, where red folder news formed. Obviously, we swept the data high, and then we got a 1 minute inverse. This wasn't bad, but again, I wanted to be long, so I didn't take this short. But we could easily come down and sweep this data low. It's like a magnet for price. And of course, we have 830 and midnight right above it. So hopefully we get a sweep of all three, and then we get our long setup. That would be the ultimate setup. And if it comes within a macro time too, it would make it even better. Excuse me. Wow, Riot is up 2.1%. That's beautiful. So guys, I'm just going to pull up Riot real quick. So this is a swing trade that I called in the community. Again, we were adding between $6 and $9. We did reject this daily fair value gap, but I think if we can close above this, we're going to sweep all these highs. I'll take a partial at 2065, 1875, and 2366, and I'll leave the runners to go way higher. Benoj says, IDKY, but it feels like when too many retail thinks it's going down, it does its own thing. Yeah, like I said, I think I've said this on stream before, Benoj, but I think that the algorithm takes into account like put call ratios and short long ratios, and it makes its determination based on how many people are long and short in the markets. Like sometimes I think that it's just predetermined. Like for example, this 1 minute, once this closed below, we had a sell model. And I think it's predetermined that we'll go down to the data low, as you can see. But sometimes, if it's like kind of like 50-50, it's very hard to read where price is going. It might take into account order books. I don't know. That's where like auction theory comes into play. I think that's what, when people refer to auction theory, I think they mean that the markets deliver according to the auction books. So guys, this looks so good. So if we hold this 1 minute fair value gap and we close above it, I will take this on a funded account, cash account any day. But we have to sweep these data lows first. If I get a sweep of the lows and we hold this, which it doesn't look like we are, unfortunately. Yeah, this does not look good anymore, guys. So I will delete it. I'll put this back. This 3 minute that's holding down price. I really want to see this data low get swept. Now, to be fair, we did just sweep 830, I believe, and we did not sweep midnight, but we came close. I hate how my computer is lagging. I wish TradingView was faster. I gotta get a new computer, guys. Also, if anybody knows, like, I'm not good with RAM and whatever, blah, blah, blah. If you guys know, like, a really fast computer, ideally a Mac, that can handle streaming and handle trading at the same time. If you guys are, like, if you're experts at that at all, let me know. All chips went red. Meanwhile, my Celsius position's up 3% on the day. Let's go. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get this data low sweep now, guys. Hopefully after that sweep. So somebody pointed out earlier, I think it was Dal, that we do have London low here. We could target that, but I could care less. We already rebalanced the 4 hour, so I don't need that to happen. I just need to see the data low sweep. Just bought the 16-inch MacBook Pro Apple M3. Is that the newest one, Dal? Okay, so we just swept 8:30. We're about to sweep midnight. Immediate reaction out of the midnight. Oh, dope. That's cool. Tesla's up 4.5%. By the way, guys, if you sold puts with me yesterday in the Discord, we are up like, I think 30% right now on those. I'm going to be holding them personally. They're 270 puts, 275 puts. So I don't think that that's going to hit in the next 16 days. So that's what the puts are for, strike or expiry. But yeah, guys, let's see what we get here. Again, there's no 1 minutes. This is, again, I've told you guys this already like 10 times today, but this 3-minute PD ray is currently holding down price. I'd like to see a sweep of data lows, and then if we inverse the 3, we can take that long. We do have a tiny 5-minute fair value gap here, so you could target this as one of your take profits. But hopefully we get a long setup after sweeping lows. Guys, Bitcoin's at 91,000. What the hell? That is so crazy. My Bitcoin position is like printing. It's wild. I'm not gonna, by the way, guys, also, I'm not gonna take full profits at 100K. I'm gonna take 20% of my position at 100K. I've waited too long. Wow, no sweep at the data low so far, huh? I am probably gonna wait for, I don't even know yet, guys. Maybe 150. Because Bitcoin's a long-term position for me. My cost basis is like close to 30,000. So I don't really need to worry too much. I don't think we're ever going to get to 30K again. In fact, I saw some data that the consolidation leg before a bull run, typically we never retest it. So like in our case, 74,000 I think is the top of the consolidation. So between like 50 and 70, I don't think we'll ever retest again, even during bear markets. Is it not CPI today? Wait, what? Are you sure, bro? I'm like 90% certain it's CPI today. My Discord is loading. Oh. No, it is CPI. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, did I say FOMC in the title of the stream? It might have been saved from previously. Yeah, if it's saying FOMC, my bad, guys. But it is CPI, and I knew that. I think the FOMC title was saved from a previous video. And by the way, guys, I mean, obviously the type of red folder news matters, but if you guys are the types of traders that wait for like CPI to be bullish or bearish, you're like, oh, it's good CPI, it's going to go up, or oh, it's bad CPI, it's going to go down. That's not how the market works. The market runs on liquidity, so it doesn't matter if the CPI print is good or bad. Wherever the market is destined to go based on liquidity, it's going to go regardless. So don't be that trader that looks at the news report and says, oh, this data looks good to me, I'm going to long this, or it looks bad, I'm going to short. That's not how the market works. The market runs on liquidity, and then we run on reversals after liquidity. So in this case, there's pretty obvious liquidity down here, which we could easily run, and then that's where I would look for the reversal setup. Now, if we do get a 3-minute inverse here within the macro time, I don't think this is a bad setup long. I'll probably take this half size on my cash accounts and my funded, and I'll take it with 3 contracts here on on this paper account for you guys to see. But I do have, again, I've shown you guys this before, but I do have my funded accounts down here. I don't want to show you the whole account number, but I don't know if it even matters, but that is my funded account right there. At 9:30, I usually look for the first presented fair value gap shooting for 50% of opening range gap, but it's super small today in CPI. Yeah, I don't really use opening range gaps. Okay, so we're getting a pretty nice bearish reaction here. Hopefully this takes us down to the data low. By the way, if you guys want to scalp here on the 1 minute, this does not look half bad. So if we get a close below this 1 minute, then we could target the data lows. Again, I would not take this, we're too low. I'd rather just wait for it and then get a sweep. But it looks like this is going to come down to take out the data lows. But again, it's even higher risk because we already swept 8:30 and midnight. So, I mean, this could easily be a reversal point. We don't have to sweep the data lows, guys. But this general area of liquidity is where we were looking for the market to go after this 1 minute inverse. And then we're looking for a long somewhere within here, this general range, this bullish PD array and the data lows. So this candle closes in 2 seconds. So we just inversed it. So technically this is a short setup, but I will not be taking this. It's too risky. Like I said, we already swept 2 sets of liquidity here. We don't need the data low, but it's possible it still happens. I would just rather wait for it before taking a long setup. I'm not taking a short down here after we've had this huge leg down. I'm not taking shorts when we're in discount of the range. Also, we're still in this bullish 15-minute PD array. We have not closed below. So this could technically be the area where we continue long. But again, for me, guys, I want a 3-minute close above this bearish PD array. We'll also have formed all these bullish order blocks if that happens, and then we'll take that long. I'll take a partial here at this internal high because there is a tiny 5-minute holding down price here. And if we're to reject, it'll be from here. And then if we close above it, then we'll just target equal highs and buy side liquidity. Opening range gap, ICT introduced it this year and it's beautiful. Got you. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. I think there's plenty of ICT models that work. Find one that you love and that you can use day in and day out. And it'll serve you an amazing purpose. For DAL, it sounds like that's the opening range gap. But I don't think you need any of that stuff. I think just having fair value gaps and liquidity is all you need. If you understand market structure, that's all you need to take trades. But again, if you want to use additional things, then by all means, if it works for you, it works for you. But don't switch models back and forth time and time and time again. Find one, get really good at it, back test it. And if you have a win rate over 60%, and you can predict price pretty accurately, then just stick with it. Okay, guys, so it looks like we're about to go to the data low. Like I said, after we inverse the 1 minute, again, I would never take that, but it just happened. So there's the sweep. If now, guys, if we get a set of double fair value gaps here, this will be a really, really nice long. So I really like the look of this, especially if this 2 minute holds here and we have this big bearish PD array, that will be an excellent long. We have all this LRLR here that formed. We have these unbalanced 1 minute fair value gaps that formed. Like this is a dream come true. And this allows me to get an entry before waiting for this 3. So I really like that. And again, this candle closes in 2 minutes. Oh, it just closed. So now we're basically waiting for this next candle to to close, and hopefully this 2-minute holds here. If it does, guys, this is going to be an A plus long. A plus. LRLR equal highs, buy side liquidity, new week opening gaps, unbalanced 1 minutes, internal buy side. Too many confluences not to take along here. So again, I will be taking this on a live funded and a cash account, and I'll show it to you guys on paper as well. But hopefully this holds here. Ugh. Don't like that. This is still fine. This 2-minute is still feasible. But again, where it looks like we're coming back above it now. That's annoying, guys. So it just removed our 2-minute fair value gap. We do have a 1 minute here, but it's not as A plus to me as that 2-minute was. Unfortunately. Looks like we're rejecting out of it though, but that really sucks. Okay, so guys, technically this would be a long setup, but it's too small for me to take it, unfortunately. Man, that looks so good. But I can't take it, guys. It's too small. ES. Technically, we have an SMT here, guys. I don't think this is half bad, at least to this internal buy side, but it's too small for me to take this. Too small. If you guys want to take it, by all means, but it's not for me. Yeah, so it looks like it's rejecting, so good thing we didn't take that. Again, guys, just wait. If you guys just wait for the most obvious setups. If it doesn't happen today, I don't care. Like, I'm not like itching to take a trade. People that itch to take a trade, this is the trade that they take, and they get smoked. Because this, I mean, it looked good, right? This candle looked amazing, but this 1 minute fair value gap is tiny. It's not A plus. I wanted that 2-minute, right? If that 2-minute formed, I would have taken it. But because of this, this is just not a model that works every time. So it's not worth it for me. I make enough money. I don't have to be trading. Like, this is the other thing, guys. The reason that people itch to take trades is because they don't have any other income coming in. And they're like, well, if I miss this trade today, I'm going to have to sit the rest of the day and I wouldn't have made $1. And that, wow, guys, Bitcoin's at almost 92,000. What the hell? That's wild. So people are itching to take trades because they make no other income, and then that's why they blow their accounts. So just wait for the A plus setups, and you will never have to worry. Like, I know if I click a button right now, this is going to give me anxiety. It may work, it may not. It's not like A plus. So why would I risk my hard-earned money on this trade? Now, we did form an inverse here. We closed above it and below it, so it tells me PA is probably bad. We do have a 1 minute OB here that if you wanted, you could take this and have your stop below the mean threshold, but I'm not taking it. That doesn't look great either, to be honest, guys. Let me look at the 5. No, guys, so what I think will be the only setup I'll take today, I mean, if you want to take this 3, you can. I'm going to wait for this 3. And if that happens, I'll take it with the take profit at this internal high right here. And then I will leave the runners to buy side and then to equal highs. That's the only thing I'll be looking at today, guys. Doll, I have different models for certain times of the day. I agree. I got a routine that works for me. If they don't show up, I don't push the button. Yeah, for sure. That's the way to do it, bro. Let me try and close these blinds quick, guys, because the sun is like blinding my screens. What I learned most from all these strategies is that no matter what you follow, if you do not practice strict stop loss and preserve your capital, you won't survive. 1000%. That literally is it. So many different models work. Now, I do think there are models that are better than others, but regardless of what you trade, if you can't manage risk, like I did right here on this 2-minute IFEG, you're going to get destroyed. And if you don't know how to take 1 or 2 trades a day, if you don't have that discipline, you will get destroyed too. Because you don't have a system that can be backtested. Like, you don't know. First of all, you have to have a model. Second of all, you have to have a certain amount of trades a day, because if you're taking every single setup, you don't have that ability to backtest things. You don't have like proper data. Like, you don't have the right amount of data set for the day. Like, if you're taking 1 trade one day and then 16 trades the next day, that's not a good like set of data to backtest on, because you're not replicating the same strategy. Does that make sense? Even though you might be following a model, but if you're taking 16 trades one day and 1 trade the next day and then 3 trades and then 5 and then 14 and then 23 because you went on tilt, like, that is going to destroy your, like, the consistency of your data. I hope that makes sense to you guys. So like for me, I average 1.5 trades a day. So I take 2 on average. If I win 2, sometimes I'll take a 3rd trade with smaller size if it's A+ later in the day, like an afternoon session trade. But most of the time it's 1 trade in the morning and that's it. Or if I lose that trade and it's a small loss, I'll take a secondary trade. If that's a loss, I'm done. I find that most traders, if they lose 2 in a row, that is when the emotional spiral happens. They go on tilt and they get destroyed. Okay, guys, so still nothing on the 3, nothing on the 1 that I like either. This looks like we might be going down to the sell side on the 4-hour, but again, if we get a nice 3-minute inverse here, that is what I will take right here. Take profit here, take profit here, and then take profit at equal highs. I don't know why my new week opening gaps aren't loading right now, but there is a new week opening gap up here. And yes, Spinoge, hopium kills. Okay, guys, so I'm looking for bullish reactions here after taking liquidity, but it needs to be really bullish. This 1 minute, again, too small, not ideal. Could work to this internal high, possibly, but I could care less. I want the real structure of the day, which is this 3-minute to inverse. Once that happens, I will take longs. You'll see it. I'll put it on the paper account here, but again, I have my funded account right beside me and a cash account to the left of it, or actually above it, so I'll be taking it on both. a.m. What is the 10 a.m. cycle? Never heard of that. You talking about like the 10 to 11 a.m. silver bullet session? I guess it's the same thing. I don't know if that's what you're talking about though. Okay, guys, so another inducement long here. People will be like, oh, this looks good. We took liquidity. Let's take it. But there's no setup. But yeah, there is a silver bullet session coming up. I don't really see any great fair value gaps down here for that. I mean, there is a 3-minute here, but it's not optimal. There is no 5-minute. There's no 4-minute. The only thing that to me that I really like is this 3-minute fair value gap. So you see, guys, how I cycle through the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I wait to see something A plus. If we form a nice 1 minute here, so like if we get a big down close candle and then an inverse here, that will be a great entry too. Because we've swept, let's say we sweep this internal low, and we form a fair value gap, and we swept data lows, then I would move my stop to break even at this high, and I would let everything just run. So hopefully we get that, guys. So you see how I'm waiting for an A plus long. This down close candle here is going to induce a lot of people short. If it's bearish on the day, great. Well, we're going to continue dumping. But if we form this fair value gap here and close above it, this will be an A plus long. A plus. So hopefully we get it, guys. And this is on the 1 minute chart here. Okay, so far it's forming quite a big fair value gap. Let's see if it holds it. Damn, that is a strong reaction. I'm guessing on the 30-second here, we have some kind of a really good fair value gap. This still looks good to me, guys, for a long. Even though it's a little bit smaller, I still like this. As long as it holds this size. If we go up and trade into it again here, I won't like it as much. We got a little bit less than 30 seconds till the close of this candle. So let's see if we get anything here. Praying that it holds like this. And then I want to see a huge candle closing above it. Okay, so we did form the fair value gap here. Let me look at the 2. Maybe we have to wait for a 2. I don't know. If this closes above, guys, I'm taking this on a live account. Again, it's a little smaller than I would like, but we did sweep a lot of liquidity. We even swept a secondary set of liquidity. We're trading back into the daily. I think at minimum we come up to this high if this closes above. If it doesn't, then we have no model. So wait for a 1 minute body close above this fair value gap. Okay, I like it so far. Let's see if we get a nice close here. We got, oh. So we have another minute here. If we get like crazy momentum above this, like if we close above this internal high, I'll probably chase it, but I'll reduce size by half because we could easily just wick and then come back down. So again, it just depends on when this candle opens. So right now we have like 30 seconds left. So hopefully we get a bullish reaction here and close above on this 1 minute. But if like the next 1 minute candle opens and we get strong momentum, then I'll have to chase it, but with half size. S&T on ES. Yeah, there still is an S&T on ES, that's right. Okay, so far an immediate bearish reaction from this 1 minute. Let me look at the 2 quick. There is a potentially nice 4 minute fair value gap forming, so I do like that. But yeah, guys, this could easily be, so we did inverse this 15, right? So technically this was the take profit. Now we're probably going to head down to this low in this one if I had to guess. But again, I'm just hoping that this 1 minute works. But it looks like we're probably heading for this sell side and then this sell side. Okay, so there's the first sell side, almost hit by a tick, but did not. Okay, there's the first set of sell side. And again, we'll probably go to this sell side now if I had to guess. But yeah, this is a type of day, guys, where the long setup did not present itself. So it is what it is. We still have these equal highs that we will hit eventually. Whether that happens today or tomorrow or next week, I don't know. But I marked that 2154 level. Yeah, so Doll, that's the London low. Oh no, this is the London low. Sorry, my bad. This is the 4-hour sell side. Bum, 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 bum. So it looks like we're probably going to head for that 4-hour sell side, guys. Unfortunately, we were not able to take a trade here to the long side, but it is what it is. You're not the boss of me now. All right, so it looks very strong down to that low, guys. Again, I'm not going to chase it, but it looks very likely we're going to hit it. And almost there. Just missed it by a tick now. Wow, big wick here. See, this is the kind of manipulation they do. Sometimes they'll just leave it by a tick and then sweep it higher. But I still think it'll probably hit. Again, I would never chase this, guys, but... Wow. Okay, let me look at the 2. You guys like my stretching? Is that what you're laughing at? Bro, thinking is hard work. Okay, so we didn't sweep the low yet. We are creating a potential 1-minute inverse here, but again, I'm not taking this. I'd rather the low get swept first. Bro, if they leave this and then they manipulate us higher, that's going to be so annoying. Okay, at least they're rejecting it for now. Hopefully we immediately sweep down here. And then if this 1-minute inverses, guys, after the sweeps, I like this long. And then your first take profit will be this internal high, and then your second one will be this internal high, and then I would just leave runners to Valhalla. Okay, guys, so again, hopefully we get a sweep here and then a big bullish reaction. That will be my signal to take a long. Partial here, and runners. I would honestly leave them all the way to equal highs. And then if you feel like closing them later, you can. Okay, well, I'm gonna go here. Damn. So annoying. Bro. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I mean, guys, this is probably going to sweep this high. Unfortunately, we missed it, but bro, I cannot believe it left it like that. That is so ridiculous. Okay, so one thing to know, guys, this is the top of the daily fair value gap. Okay, so we could just be coming up here to rebalance the daily to continue lower. This is actually the most annoying thing. Yeah, sometimes they do this, guys, when there's like a super obvious 4-hour low, they'll just leave it, but again, I can't take the long here because if we manipulate down again, then it's just not worth it. You guys understand, like, the confidence in a reversal play 10x's if you just have a sweep of liquidity. If you don't get this sweep, then it's going to be in the back of my mind this whole time that we could come back down to it. I hope that makes sense to you guys. Once liquidity gets swept, because the markets run on liquidity, I've explained that many times. If we don't get the sweep, there's always this possibility that we can come back and take out the liquidity again. Or take it out initially, because we haven't yet. So I can't take longs up here because we could easily come back down and take this. Now, this is technically a 1-minute reversal. But I just can't, guys. I'm sorry. It's so annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, it might not be a market structure shift yet, but even if it looks like a market structure shift, we can still easily come down. So I'm not convinced yet. Not convinced yet, boys and girls. If this 1-minute inverses, if you really want to try a short scalp, you can try this. I'm not, but you can if you want. But if we're bullish, then we obviously will see a reaction out of this 1-minute. Again, guys, I'm not taking anything yet. If we get a sweep of this liquidity, I'll look for longs. Otherwise, again, we have to wait. It sucks, but that's the name of the game. You're not, just because you're anxious to take a trade does not mean you should, okay? Just because you've been waiting all day for a trade or all morning does not mean you should be taking a trade. I know it sucks, and I know that your human emotions are getting played with right now, but that's the reality. That's the name of the game. I can't just take something because I've been waiting all day and I feel frustrated about it, right? Like, how selfish is that? The market doesn't give a shit how long you've been waiting. It cares about when liquidity gets swept. So, hope you guys are learning from today's stream because it shows you how patience really feels. And just because you're a profitable trader doesn't mean you don't experience emotions. It happens. It's a trap for market shifts. I look for propulsion gaps for confluence. Yeah, I mean, you could use propulsion blocks for confluence, yeah. Okay, guys, so it looks like this is probably going to come down and take out the low, but again, we could wick here. I don't know yet. If we get a 1-minute close below this, it'll be a lot higher probability, but still, I would never short this low. Okay, we didn't close below yet. So you guys can see here, we just came up to trade into this 5-minute fair value gap. That's still bearish. If we close above this 5, even if we miss this low, guys, if this 5 closes above, I think that that'll be a great long. It's a much riskier stop, but I still think it'll work. Because that is a very significant PDRA holding down price. And we have 5 minutes until this candle close, so let's see what happens at the 10:20 mark. I think it's so wild that Bitcoin is so high. That is so cool. Who else is looking for longs, or do you guys still think the market's short? You guys know what I think, but again, just because I think something's going to happen doesn't mean I'm going to stupidly take a short here, because if I'm wrong, we're going to go crazy to the upside, right? So far you guys notice all the bodies are holding this 1 minute fair value gap, so this is, but it's still bullish. Until we get the 1 minute close below, that is the only time that I would say that we're probably going to sweep the low. So what I'm looking for, guys, here is a sweep of the low, a super bullish reaction, and then a 5-minute close above the fair value gap. Okay, so there's a 1 minute close below. Again, I'm not shorting this, but this should be where we drop down to this internal sell side, 4-hour sell side. Come on, market, just take out the low. Just give us the low, and then we'll take a long, but just give it to us first. By the way, guys, is the stream clear? Am I lagging at all, or is it like pretty clear? Oh my goodness. Come on. So we got 3 minutes till the 5-minute close. All right, good, Dal. I'm glad to see that I'm clear. Yeah, the other day was super windy here, and I don't know if it was that or I had my VPN on my computer set up accidentally during streaming. I think that might have caused it to lag. But it could have been the wind, I'm not sure. But when I tested my internet speed, it was like 200 megabits per second, so I think it might have been the VPN. Okay, so I like this red candle. Hopefully it holds. And then also, if you guys notice, we're forming more LRLR here, low resistance liquidity, or like a trend line in retail terms. We have all this LRLR up here as well that I think will get run. But yeah, let's see what we get. Hopefully we get the liquidity sweep first, and then we get the longs. Because again, if this 5-minute closes above, guys, I think this will still be a great long. However, it gives me anxiety that this liquidity did not get swept. Now, I've seen plenty of times where we sweep, we almost get it by a tick, and then we go. If this 5-minute inverses, I'll take it, okay? But recognize that the best setup, it's maybe, I'll give it like an 8 out of 10 if this 5-minute inverses. If we sweep liquidity and then the 5-minute inverses, I'll give it a 10 out of 10. As far as like probabilities of an A+ setup. So I'd really like to see it sweep first. Yeah, it could be a trend day for shorts. It could be. But yeah, I mean, we do have this. So again, I've shown you guys this on the daily. We do have a volume imbalance right here that we could easily tap into, right? Because we've been so bullish. And then we have another daily fair value gap in combination with a new week opening gap down here. So we could easily come down here before longs continue. But this is totally allowable where we just trade into the daily, the first daily, and then we continue higher and maybe take out this daily gap later in the year. But yeah, so, another 1 minute green close here. Okay, guys, so again, if this 5 minute closes above in 4 minutes, I will take it long. But I'm going to go half size because I'd rather have seen the liquidity sweep first. And then, of course, a stop loss here would be a 5 minute close back below the fair value gap. Man, this has been one of the toughest days in a minute. You see what the issue is, guys? If your bias is wrong, well, first of all, I love the IFEG and liquidity setups because it's very difficult to get an entry if you're wrong. But I'd say I did have one bad entry today. But the issue is that when you're wrong, you're basically waiting for your setup to form, and it just keeps going down and down and down against where you want it to go. So it takes a lot of patience on the days where your bias is wrong. So I like that we are so far trading down here. Hopefully we get a huge push down here and then maybe a little 1 minute inverse within this. So like maybe we get a nice 1 minute here. And then we get a nice long, and I could get a turtle soup after taking out this 4 hour low. That would be really nice. But so far it doesn't look like a 1 is forming. Guys, Bitcoin's almost at 92. What's interesting is Bitcoin is up to 92,000, if you guys can see here, but Riot now is down 2% of the day. I noted this for you guys, and I'm sure you saw this on X where I posted it, but the last bull run, we went almost 2,000%. And on the first week after the bull run started, we had this red wick candle, right? It looked like a rejection candle, which we're getting something very similar right now. So I would definitely, if we get a red wick candle here, I'd like to see a very small trade into it next week and then a huge push. But I still do think that all these internal buy sides are going to get hit on Riot. Okay, so again, look at all this trendline liquidity guys we're forming. I pray that we sweep this low first and then we leave all this because that will be an insane setup. I'm telling you right now. But you guys see how this is algorithmically forming like a trend line here? I don't want to see us break out of it first. I want to see us come down and sweep this low, turtle soup, then get the inverse long. That will be so good. So we're basically just hoping and praying that happens. And so far, it's looking nice. So let's see if we get it. 21.54.75 is that low, and it'll be a turtle soup at the same time. So if you guys know that dude Romeo, the scammer clown on X, if we get this turtle soup and a 4-hour sweep, and then we get a nice woman in inverse, that'll be really good to at least take out all this trendline liquidity. Come on, hold this LRLR. Let's see a nice dump here. Come on, market. Be nice to us today. Let's get a nice A+ setup that's easy to take. Oh, hold on, guys. Did we form equal highs here? No, these are not equal. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm. Come on, market. Please. Just dump. Give us the setup that we're looking for. That's all we're asking for. One thing. Turtle soup, 4-hour liquidity sweep, LRLR. That's all we need. Four-hour liquidity sweep, turtle soup, LRLR. That's all we need. Please do not take out these internal highs. Just give us a setup. Okay, so it looks like we're pushing up here. I don't like that. And we need to see it like stay here. I don't want to see it go any higher than this. Oh, man, come on. ES has relative equalize. So this long actually looks a lot better on ES. You guys see how we did this BPR here? And now we're trading into the woman FEG. NQ does not have it the same. I know you meant equal highs. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, I mean, ES looks stronger here for sure than NQ does. I just hate that we didn't take out the 4-hour. Oh, my goodness. Well, this is unfortunate, but it looks like we're going to just get a huge LRLR push here. But again, there's no model. I can't take it. If we get it, if it pushes here, then I'm literally going to have to... I've sat the whole morning without taking a trade, but that's okay. Text to speech. Are you in the car or something, doll? Don't tell me you're trading while you're driving, bro. I'm making coffee. Yeah, guys, I gotta make some coffee too, but I don't want to miss the 4-hour getting hit. Let me fuck. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make the coffee yet. Let's wait until the 10:10 macro or the 10:50 macro, and then we will see what we get. By the way, guys, if you're in this chat right now, who of you are full-time traders? Is anybody a full-time trader, or do you guys all work as well? Do you have like side incomes or side jobs or like a full-time 9 to 5? I'm really curious to know what else you guys do. But guys, again, we're waiting for this 1050 macro to 1110. That is ideally if we get a turtle soup, 4-hour liquidity sweep, and a 1 minute fair value gap within this area with LRLR and the 1050 macro, that will be a really, really good setup. So hopefully we get that. I'm praying we leave all this LRLR. We dump. Inverse fair value gap. Macro time. That would be golden. Turtle soup. Sell side liquidity. And you guys see here how this 1 minute inverse, now it doesn't behave properly. We're closing below it, then above it, then below it, then above it. Potentially below it again. This is why you don't take 1 minute inverse shorts when we're in discount of the range. Because we get this, typically we get this chop. It doesn't cleanly deliver normally. By the way, guys, I think either my latency is really low, or you guys might be delayed. Make sure you're on live because I asked that question like 5 minutes ago. So hopefully I'm not that delayed. Okay, I really hope this doesn't push here, but it looks like it's probably going to. Oh. Did we just leave equal highs here? Nope. Oh my god. What a miserable trading day. That's dope, doll. So you were on appliance tech before, and you decided that that's it. You're gonna full-time trade. Were you profitable before you quit, or did you just go balls to the wall? God damn it. Okay, guys, if we inverse the 5 here in 2 minutes, I think this is a feasible long. It's a huge stop, so I'm going to go half size, but I think it's worth it. That's awesome, doll. Good for you, bro. Okay, guys, this looks really good. But again, we want to see a close above the 5, and we still have another minute left. So we are not taking this until the 5-minute closes above. If it goes without us, well, we're going to be missing out on all the trades today, but it is what it is. Hello, brother. Check my stream. Bro, I'm streaming right now. Why would I check your stream? So we're about to close above the 5. Bro comes on here and tells me to check his stream when I'm live streaming. What's that all about? Okay, guys, so we have a 1 minute fair value gap here that if we close above, I think that's a decent long. It'll also be a 5-minute close above the 5-minute fair value gap. So if you guys want to try something, you can try it here. But again, I am not taking this unless we get a 5-minute close above the fair value gap, which we did not. So I cannot take this trade, guys. You trade NAS. I trade NQ, which I'm pretty sure is the same thing as NAS. I don't know if NAS is like a ticker or you're talking about the NASDAQ for short. Okay, guys, you see how we immediately rejected this 5? So this is another reason why fair value gaps are so important. If we have a bearish PD array and we don't close above it like this, and we reject, like this saved us a lot of money here, right? If we would have closed above, I would have entered, but because we did not, I didn't chase it, and now we're getting this full-blown rejection, in which case, honestly, guys, this does not look half bad for a short. I'm not going to take it, but on the 1 minute, you can see here we're closing below 2 bullish PD arrays. This tells me we're probably going to go down to sell side here. Now, we haven't closed below this one yet, so I can't take it. And I wouldn't take it because we're so low. But if you're a short trader right now, I would wait for a close below this 1 minute. That would not be half bad. But you guys see how we're now balanced. We're trading out of this one and we're really bullish. So if we get a 1 minute close here, guys, I'm going to take this long. I'll explain it to you after why I'm doing it, but the reason being is that we have an order block and a 1 minute fair value gap. So I think this will go up to this internal high. Okay, so we just closed above it. I'm in. My stop is going to be a close below this 1 minute fair value gap right here. I'm in on a funded account here, guys, by the way. Again, we got a 1 minute close above this bearish fair value gap. I know we didn't get the 5 minute close yet, but we formed this order block here. So this is now I have a hard stop below this order block. I would say this probably works 6 out of 10 times, maybe 7. But I do like that this internal high has not been hit yet, so I'm willing to take this risk, personally. I did this half size, by the way. Again, the trade is a 1 minute inverse fair value gap with a 1 minute order block. If we close below this, then obviously the trade is invalidated, but I have a hard stop at the body of this order block right here. And my stop will be moved to break even when this internal high is hit. Yeah, I know, Angelo. I know, bro. I know it's CPI, but for whatever reason, my title was saved as FOMC from the last time I streamed. But if I end the stream now, it's gonna cancel the whole thing. I can't change the title without ending the stream. But that's okay. I should have labeled it CPI. I'd probably get more people in here, but. So again, guys, if we close below this 1 minute OB, I'll be out of the trade. And it looks like I'm gonna get stopped on this. Let's see though, not stopped just yet. What is Doll saying? We did consolidate above the low, so that would indicate higher price. Possibly. I might get stopped on this, guys. I'm not going to lie, but I was willing to take the risk with half size. Okay, so I got stopped on that on a half size position, so that means I have 1/2 of a trade left to take today. And after that, I am not going to be trading anymore. But that's what I mean when I say 2 L's on the day. Again, I took it half size because it was higher risk, which leaves me with half of a full size trade left for the day. Banana. Do 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 do. Banana. Banana. So hopefully, guys, this will lead us down to this internal low now. That's what I'm going to guess happens here. But again, there's no setup for me, so I'll just let it go. So we should hit this internal low, guys, and then hopefully we hit this 4-hour sell side. Again, I would never short this because it's so low, but it's still something to note. Watch this internal low, and then hopefully this one as well. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. This internal low and this one as well. Sorry guys, I'm not really looking at the chat, but I would gotta wait for that 50 to 10 macro. I am at least. Yeah, this is a really manipulated spot, but again, guys, just wait for A+ setups. I thought this was really good. It was a 1 minute OB and a 1 minute fair value gap close. I thought that we would go to this internal buy side, and this happens again about 6 or 7 out of 10 times, and this does work. So I was willing to take it again with half size because it doesn't fully fit my model, and that's just me. And yeah, Dal is right. We do have that 1050 macro coming up. So if you guys are waiting for that, that's not a bad time to wait for the trade. But again, I really want to see this 4-hour sell side get hit. I really do. Yeah, I'm trying to look here if there's a way for me to change the title of the stream while I'm streaming, but I don't think you can, unfortunately. Dashboard editor, maybe? No. Dashboard. Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. Man, guys, this is ridiculous. Like, just take out the liquidity already. Give us our setup. Wow, guys, Bitcoin hit 92. Look at this. Imagine if we hit 100K today. That would be crazy. Is anybody here a Bitcoin holder? Or is it just me? And also, what's your average cost? Okay, guys, so we're trading into this 1 minute FVG here where we could potentially reject. Dal's not doing Bitcoin. You guys are missing out, bro. Also, I called in the Discord when I was buying at sell side at 49, 50, 51. I also bought at 16.8 or like 17.8, I forget which one. But yeah, my cost basis is like 31,500, something like that. So I've been extremely profitable, God willing. Hopefully it continues. But okay, guys, we're rejecting from this 1 minute. Hopefully that drives us down to liquidity. I really would love to see that. However, this 1 minute looks like it might inverse here with another 1 minute order block. Doll, I'm a long-term holder of Bitcoin. I don't swing trade it. Okay, so a nice rejection from this one here. Hopefully, again, it brings us down. If we get the 5 minute close though in this macro time, then I'll take it long. If we get the 5 minute close above this 5 minute FEG. I was doing Dogecoin, but I pulled while I was ahead. Yeah, guys, I don't know why you guys do that shit. Like, I know there's some super rich guys that buy all these meme coins and they try and like 10x or 100x their portfolio. But like, why? Just put like hard-earned money into assets that actually make sense, and you guys will end up much more profitable in the long term. I'm telling you, like all these degens that are trying to like 100x a meme coin, like just stop. Like if you have money to throw, uh, the only time I would ever do that is if $40,000 is like $100 to you. Because if you throw 40,000 into a 10x coin, you're talking about a $400,000 win. If you get 100x, you're talking about a $4 million win on a $40,000 investment. But other than that, like, what are you turning that? They're trying to turn $10 into freaking 1,000. Like, I don't get it. It's so stupid, in my opinion. Oh, I got you, doll. Yeah, I feel like that's how most people get into trading. They start with like their friend tells them about a meme coin. I think a lot of people got into the stock market in 2020. I started trading in 2020. I've been investing since like 2016, something like that, with my dad's permission. He was like not a co-signer. I forget what you call it. Like a guardian signer for my investment accounts. So I've been dollar cost averaging into Apple, SPY, QQQ, Amazon, Microsoft. The only one I missed out on was Nvidia, but I've been in the market since like 2016, and I have a long term portfolio that I haven't sold anything of since then. Obviously, I've added in heavier size later on, like in 2019, 2020, 2021. But my first buys were in like 2016, which I'm grateful for. But again, like it was tiny amounts, so it's not really even like what didn't really move the needle. Okay, guys, we're about to get into the 10:50 macro. We got a minute left. Doll, if you had to guess, how old do you think I am? And nobody tell him in the chat, because I know some people know. Banana, banana. I was thinking 30s, but it sounds like mid 20s. All right, so I look like I'm in my mid 30s, but based on what I said, I was in my mid 20s. I am 20. I just turned 28. October 19th is my birthday. October 19th. How old are you, doll? I think there's a few people in here in their a few people that watch the stream that are in their 40s, but most that I found I think are in their like early 30s or mid 20s. Yeah, bet I just turned 30. Let's go, bro. Okay, so we just entered the 1050 macro, guys. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing here. This is very choppy. ES looks a lot better. It's a lot more bullish. We have this BPR. We traded into the 1 minute FEG. If I was trading ES, I would have taken this long. But NQ, I tried taking it long, obviously, but I got smoked on this 1 minute BPR. I mean, 1 minute order block. But again, it was half size because I knew it was higher risk. So the only trade we're going to be taking left is going to be A+, and hopefully that entails us sweeping this liquidity right here and then getting the reversal. Dude, Tesla's at 327. My Celsius position is doing really well. I'm grateful for that. But yeah, guys, hopefully we get a really nice push down here, and then we'll get the long. Hopefully it happens in this 1050 macro. Hey. Who was asking me, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but who was asking me about ASML? Did somebody ask me about that today? I feel like they did. I might have been daydreaming though. If you're still in the chat, let me know, because I'll go over that while we're waiting for the sell side liquidity to hit. It's a very similar setup to Celsius, by the way, but it's on a monthly chart, not the 3-month. Celsius is on the 3-month chart. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone actually asked me that today. I think they did, but I'm not going to go over it until that person's in the chat. So again, if you guys are just listening in, if you asked me about ASML earlier, let me know. I will go over it, but I won't do it until you're in the chat. And you guys are lucky that I gave you guys that play, because I left it for the Discord, but I decided that if people are in the streams, I'll give them like little hint plays, like that Celsius play. I mean, obviously in the future I'll keep them to the Discord, but it's not big enough yet where I would need to, like, it wouldn't be unfair to a bunch of people just yet. There's only like 10, so once I have like 100 people in the Discord, then obviously I'm not going to reveal things that people are paying for, but for now I will give it to people in the streams. Guys, why is this not delivering to sell side? It's like the most boring thing ever. Hey, goodbye. So, I mean, listen, the AM session was good. We did deliver where we needed to go, which tells me that we might get consolidation into the AM, into the PM and lunch session. But we will have to see what we get. 3-bar reversal. I'm looking to get into ASML, but I think it has more room to the downside. Interesting. So here's what I'll tell you guys. Okay, so I don't know if you were the one that asked about it. Hold on, guys. We might be getting the 5-minute inverse here. Okay, we still have 5 minutes till the close, so I'll go over it. Okay, so if I go to ASML here, This is not a swing trade for me. This is a long-term hold, but I will tell you why I'm looking to add this here. So it's a monthly chart. We have this monthly fair value gap that I have been waiting for forever, since November of 2023. And we're about to hit the mean threshold of it. So this is where I'll be adding the majority of the size to my position. And then if we get to the bottom of the monthly, I'll add there. And if we get to sell side, I'll add even more. But I don't know if we'll get there. Typically what you see if we balance a monthly fair value gap that's obvious here in discount of the range combined with an order block and this whole set of trading action, typically this acts as a low. Now it doesn't mean that will this in this case, but when we look at the VPR, we also have a volume shelf here. The biggest volume shelf is at 550. So after that, things kind of drop off a cliff. But this whole area has big zones of demand. So that's why I'm adding here. So I'm just DCAing slowly into this position, but that is why I'm in it there. So yeah, I could have more room to go, but I'm not interested in trying to catch the exact bottom. Okay, guys, we have another ASML had some bad news, reorders from NVIDIA. Yeah, I think so. There's a few different sets of bad news I've heard about them, but that stock has been like a staple of the markets. It's been on an uptrend since 1996. It's not like the SMCIs of the world where they don't even have an accounting department. But I do like to get exposure into the semiconductor industry without having to buy things at all-time highs. And I just know ASML, it's like a $240 billion company right now. At one point, they were close to $500 billion. Not something I am personally concerned about. But again, you guys do your own due diligence on the stocks, but that is something I'm adding into my portfolios. Again, I'm not ever going all in on a stock, right? The biggest investment I have is Tesla. That's the largest position I have, and it's about 20% of my portfolios. So anything else is even close to that. You know, like between 3 and 5% is what I add individual stocks at, if that. So just keep that in mind when you're adding individual stocks to your portfolios. So again, guys, obviously I day trade. That is how I make some good daily income, but the majority of my money comes from my long-term investments, from swing trades and option selling. And those are like the biggest things I cover in my Discord. And then obviously when I start streaming privately, that will be a daily live stream in the Discord as well. But for now, again, guys, just focus on, if you don't have a lot of money, you're trying to trade, I would say make money from your income, from your jobs, and then invest that, sell options, collect premium, swing trade, and then use that money to put a small amount into your day trading account and try and grow that. Quickly go over Celsius. Yeah, I can. Well, actually, let's just wait for this 5-minute candle 1 second. I don't think we're going to get a close above, but I just want to make sure that there's not some crazy bullish candle that I miss. But we're up right now almost 9% on Celsius from yesterday. I added to the cent at the lows. The low was at 25.77. I added at 25.78. So I'm up 9% off of that low. Hopefully it stays the low for the year, but we'll have to see. I'll tell you guys, Celsius is a swing trade, by the way. It's not a long-term investment. And I'll explain that in a second. Just wait for this candle to close. It's not a long-term hold. It's a swing trade. If you believe in Celsius, then I would say that's fine. Use it as a long-term hold. I personally don't drink the drink, and I think that there's too much room for competition. I'm doing it as a swing trade because I saw a good RR opportunity. Okay, guys, so we didn't get a 5-minute close yet, so let's quickly go over Celsius. So what did I see here? If you go to the 3-month chart, it's a very similar concept, like I said, to ASML, but this is a swing trade, not a long-term hold. But we have an order block here on the 3-month, and we have this very tiny 3-month fair value gap. that's in combination with sell side liquidity. So I was waiting for sell side to get swept. Also, if you go on X, you will see from when we were all the way up here, I was calling for 2608, which is this sell side. And we finally hit it. So on the hourly, I basically got an alert right as sell side hit, and I was able to add at 25.78. And if you look at the low, if you look at the L right here, you'll see the low was 25.77. So I literally top ticked it. Now we could get a reversal from here because we're into this hourly fair value gap, but at minimum, I'm looking for 30, but I really want to see us to get above 33, maybe above 40. That's where I'll take off most of the position. Probably at this internal high at 36, I'll take off most, and I'll leave the rest up to 61. What is 61? It is a monthly fair value gap that is unbalanced. So I'll take most of my position off at like 36. So this monthly fair value gap. And then I will take a portion off at this internal high at 47, and then I'll leave the rest at 61. So that is that for you guys. So what I like here on NQ is that we are forming more low resistance liquidity. So I do like this. Now hopefully, praying to the gods above that we get a sweep of this 4-hour low, turtle soup it, and then we get our inverse long. Stop loss on Celsius is going to be a, oh, sorry guys, I didn't cover that. Stop loss on Celsius is going to be a 3-month close below this fair value gap. So the 3-month candle closes in January. So basically a yearly close below $24 even, I think. Let me check what the low is here. Yeah, so my close is going to be a yearly close below $24. So I'm willing to take a bigger risk here on this position. But the RR is just too good to ignore. At minimum, to at least rebalance this 3-month fair value gap, which I said this low is at, this internal high is at 36. So this is where I would take off some of the position, 47 and 61. So it works the same way as inverse fair value gap setups. We wait for a close, a body. I want to see if the body of this candle, I know it's kind of, if the body of this 3-month candle that you see right here closes below the 3-month fair value gap, that will be the stop. And that happens in January. So does that make sense? 3-bar reversal. Celsius is up 5%. Let's go. Almost 5%, 4.6. Of course, bro. So you guys notice here, if you're wondering why we're kind of consolidating in this area, we are hovering at the top of this daily fair value gap. So this could be why we're just, whoa, can I lock this in place? Yeah, so that could be why we're just kind of chopping around in this area to then reject down. But again, I'm not interested in trying to catch any moves here. I want to see a liquidity sweep, and then I'll take an A+ setup. And hopefully if we get it here, guys, this will probably make up for all my losses on the day. Even trading with half of my normal position size, I could probably come close to break even on the day if I took a trade, an A+ trade here. Swing trading is way too slow for my attention span. I'm telling you, doll, if you don't swing trade, you're missing out on some of the biggest gains of your life. I promise you, if you take that seriously, you will make, I probably make, I would say 20% of my income, maybe 15% comes from day trading. I would say 35% comes from swing trading, and then another 30% from option selling. And then the rest is from real estate. But I would say the lowest amount of money I make is from day trading. It's so much better to swing trade, in my opinion. You can size heavier. There's less emotions involved, at least for me, because it's a lot slower. Definitely recommend it. Also, guys, look at all this LRLR here that's forming to the downside. This tells me we're probably going to dump here. So hopefully this is where the dump happens. But again, if we wick here or whatever, then it is what it is. So hopefully this takes us through all of this liquidity down to this sell side. Hey, hey, hey. Doo doo doo. What do you think about Boeing for the long term? I actually have that stock in my portfolio, but it's a swing trade. I think Boeing is probably too big to fail, but right now is the time to buy it if I were you. It's down in the dumps. I think we're probably close to the lows, but I would be super careful with that. Super, super careful. Especially with SpaceX, like there's technically very little threat to competition for Boeing, but SpaceX, I would never bet against Elon Musk. Never, ever, ever. I'm not saying that I would try and short SpaceX, even though it's not public, but I'm just saying that um, there's big risk from SpaceX, in my opinion. And if they don't get their shit together, then I don't know where it's gonna go. But I'll cover that swing trade in a second. I just want to see where this, if we get the sell side drop here. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Na, 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 na. Mm-mm-mm. Do 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 do. Okay, so no trade yet. Who's honking? Bum bum bum. Okay, so we still haven't gotten the sell side. Let me just go over it quick then. Boeing. Okay, so I think this was a monthly fair value gap. So what my entry was down here at 152. If we get a close below this monthly fair value gap on this candle, which happens in whatever 17 days, give or take. I don't know how many days we're in November. Once this candle closes below this this monthly fair value gap, I will stop this position, and my take profit is going to be in this fair value gap at 214.63. So that is Boeing. Ooh, Lockheed Martin. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Lockheed Martin is an excellent company. So guys, this looks like we're probably going to push here. Again, there's no entry, but this LRLR looks like it might get swept here. Hopefully we get the 5-minute inverse here, and then we can take longs up to this internal high. That would be really nice. Hey, hey, hey. And the macro is about to end, guys. So the next macro pops up at 11:50. But again, that's kind of lunchtime, so I wouldn't take that personally. Again, guys, you can see this consolidation here. Not a good time to be entering trades. We had a huge move in the AM session. Looks like we have a lack of continuation here, so it is what it is. So you guys see again how we're rejecting this daily fair value gaps high. We keep trading into it and then rejecting, trading into it, rejecting, trading into it, rejecting. So maybe this is the time where it pushes. I don't know, but anything you're entering here is gambling, in my opinion. We are forming a 1-minute OB here, but again, this is like a whole consolidation range, so I wouldn't really take this. I don't think it's a smart trade. Hey, 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 goodbye. Na, 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 na. Na, na, na. Hey, 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 goodbye. Do, do, do. Well, looks like this 1-minute OB is working. If this 5-minute closes above here in 3 minutes and we get it very close, then I will look for this to be my long for the day. Again, it will be another, I have to have a half size position, so this will be the final trade of the day. If we take out this internal high first, I will not take it. I need to see a close very close to the fair value gaps high, and then that's the only way I would take the trade. Oh, Bitcoin's at 93, guys. Bitcoin's at 93.3. That is so wild. So wild. Hey, hey, hey. And you guys see here how we had this huge move in the morning. The odds of having reversal, especially if we didn't take out liquidity, are very slim. And we have this obvious disgusting consolidation. And thank goodness we're not taking anything in this. Again, I should never have taken this. Honestly, it was higher risk than I should have honestly accepted for the day. But I did, and we're going to accept that fact. And that for that reason, I only have half of a position size left to trade. And that's just the nature of the game. But yeah, Doll is right. This is not a good 1-minute OB to take. Even though we're probably going to take out this internal high, it's not worth it. Not in my opinion. And what I think I'm going to do, guys, I will get off after this 12:10 macro. If there's an A+ setup in the afternoon, I will put it in the Discord under the live alerts. But until then, we'll just have to wait and be patient. And again, for those of you who are not in the Discord, what I'll be waiting for is probably a sweep of this liquidity and then an A+ setup. But again, sometimes something appears that we don't see initially, and that's when I would call it in the stream. Wait, do we make equal highs here? No. We took out this internal high by a tick. Also, something that I will say, after 11 a.m., probabilities just go out the door normally, down the drain, unless we've had a really shitty AM session. So I don't think that we will see anything within the next 40 to 50 minutes. We might, but I would say it's less likely for sure. Dude, I can't. It's very interesting that Riot is down. Let me get off Boeing here. Let me get back to Riot. So it looks great on the monthly. But Riot is down 3.5%, while Bitcoin is up 5% on the day. That is very interesting to me. Okay, guys, so we did not get the close above on this 5-minute candle, right? We just missed it, so I cannot take this. Sucks, but it is what it is. Because if we're wrong here, we're going to get absolutely smoked to the downside, and I'm not interested in that. I want to see how Celsius is reacting from this hourly gap. So I really don't want to see a rejection here from Celsius. We obviously took out this internal high. I'd rather just see it push above this and at least come up to this 31 range. But we'll have to see what we get for that. 4 minutes till the close of this 5-minute FVG. Oh, wait, guys. Oh, wait, we still didn't close above. Never mind. This was the 5-minute fair value gap. The other one, I think I had a 3 or the 1 pulled up. Yeah, I was looking at the 1 here. Which technically we did just close above again, but we closed above it here and we got smoked, so. Damn. Tough call for sure, but I can't enter this. I just can't. Typically, if you get 2 1-minute, like this 1-minute inverse right here, we did close above it here. Obviously, we got stopped. Typically, if you close above it a second time, you do continue higher to internal highs, but I can't take it, guys. I'm sorry. It's not meant to be today. Now, if we get the 5-minute close above here, that's a different story. And we have 2 minutes until that happens. And if we do that before taking out this internal high, I think that'll be good. Are there stocks you hold that work like ES and NQ in the sense they move in tandem? I mean, Riot and Bitcoin, right? In theory, they're supposed to move in tandem. They don't always. But as far as like really, really in tandem, like they're correlated perfectly, not really, no, I don't. Okay, guys, we got hopefully less than a minute here, a little more than a minute until this 5-minute close. Steve pretty much, this is the voice to text, right? Steve pretty much have to have a good, so you pretty much have to have a good understanding of the individual company stock. Depends, though. If it's a long-term investment, then yes. If it's a swing trade, then absolutely not. I have to have zero understanding. Hold on, guys. We're about to get this 5-minute close. Why do you prefer Riot over Mara or CLSK? I think they're all good. I just personally prefer Riot because, well, I got a really good entry on it, but obviously that's not the reason I bought it. I just saw all this internal buy side, and I feel like these are better draws on liquidity. All right, there's the push on NQ. And we did get the 5-minute close here, guys, but I can't take this now. We just hit this internal high, so I don't know what's going to happen here. But Mara is good too. Again, I've seen this pattern on Riot before. I made a lot of money on Riot on this run. And again, we just have all this internal buy side that I think is yet to be filled. yet is yet to be balanced. I think all that needs to get taken out. Let me look at Mara and I'll tell you how I feel about it. Are you guys Mara holders or CLSK? So Mara, I really like this unbalanced fair value gap on the monthly. I think for sure we're going to hit this at 35.48. So if you are looking for a trade on Mara, I mean, even from here, you have a, what? A 44% return on investment. That's pretty darn good. CLSK, I don't really follow Clean Spark very much, but this just looks really ugly to me. I don't know. I mean, we do have this monthly fair value gap that's about to inverse, right, for the month. So we probably would target this internal high at 24.73 and maybe 42, but this just doesn't look, it looks a lot more like pump and dumpy to me. They're all pump and dumps, don't get me wrong, but like I don't like the structure of this chart very much. And that's just me. So I hope that kind of makes sense. So what I think will happen here is we should come up to this internal high here, but the fact that we swept this internal buy side already does not allow me to enter this trade. So if you guys want a lower risk trade, praying that this 5 minute doesn't close below, you can add some of your position here and hopefully we go higher here. But again, we have this sell side here. We took out internal buy side. I can't take this long personally. So you're basically hoping and praying that this is going to be a reversal spot. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. How's ES looking? ES super strong, and we just hit. I think we just had an SMT with ES, right? If you look at the 1 minute chart, this high was at 959. This high formed at 949. So we did have an SMT with ES here, guys. Doesn't mean that this is going to be the top for the intraday session, but I would not bet on this high hitting anymore. I hope it does for people that are long, but who knows what's going to happen here. Do 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 do. Dum 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 dum. Again, guys, technically this 5 minute is holding here, right? We have a nice wick that formed, so I'd like to see this drive us here. But again, because we hit this internal high, I can't take this long anymore. For those of you that are in it, I wish you luck, but not part of my risk parameters anymore. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. See, immediate. So look at this, guys. Celsius immediately rejected the hourly for value gap. Not a great sign. Um, didn't see what I was looking for this morning. Probably changed the algo. Funny. Um, last hour should move. Maybe. I don't trade the PM session early, guys. I think it's a shitty session. But if you do have success in the PM session, do what you want. But yeah, I think this is probably still going to go here to this 1 minute high here. Because everybody that's short has their stops there. But again, I'm not trying to take this here personally. Hey, 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 goodbye. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. So we do have this 1 minute OB here that should hold up price. We have this internal high that I think will probably get hit. And then we have this 1 minute candle that should get hit in theory. Should, keyword. Okay, so we just basically hit it, and there it is. So if you're in this 5 minute trade, I would take a partial there, and then your stop would be to break even, obviously, and then I would target higher highs. So there's all this LRLR here. Not a huge fan of this leg of price action for continuation. However, I mean, it could easily continue. I just don't like it very much, personally. We also have this 3 minute fair value gap here that is a bearish PD array that we could probably target for a take profit, though it's already been balanced here, so it doesn't really matter. Really, guys, the main thing I'm looking at here is if this 3 minute inverses, I think this will be a good long. But until that happens, we can't really take any trades. Damn, this is a nice move. Nice move for sure. Crazy rejection on Celsius. Hopefully this just breaks through it eventually, but don't like that hourly rejection so far. 3 minute, you can see here is acting as resistance again. If we get a 3 minute close above it, then this internal high is probably next. And if this gets hit, we're going to inverse this 3, in which case this will be next. So yeah, this is very tough to trade, guys. In hindsight, this looks good. Obviously, we had this 5 minute wick, but we hit this internal buy side without sell side getting swept. So this is very hard to take in with a sizable position in a long, in a big account. It's a short hour hold tops, but it moves on consolidation days. Not that this was a consolidation day, but you get me. Yeah, on consolidation days, if we have a really choppy AM session, then I'm more inclined to take PM session trades. But if there's a really good move in the AM session, then I am much less inclined to take longs in the PM session. this. If you guys really want to take something and you're like a degenerate, you can wait for a 3-minute close above this, and you can move your stop to break even at this internal high right here. I'm not going to take it, but I still think it'll probably work. Any thoughts on Baba? Oh, bro, I don't touch those Chinese stocks. Not even in a... I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I did trade Baba, though, and we made like, I don't know, 30% on it or something. But I'm all out. I was all out at 105. What the heck is this? I'm getting these random texts. Who the heck is this? Bro, I hate getting these random texts. Sick freeze frame? Wait, am I frozen, guys? Or are you saying like I was frozen and reading a text? Oh yeah, I hate getting texts from random people, like especially related to real estate, because I have PTSD. Like when I get random text messages from people relating to real estate, I always feel like it's going to be related to like some kind of legal action or something. You have to be so careful if it's with tenants. It's always a mess. So let me just check something here, guys. I have a software that lets me run phone numbers and it tells me who they could potentially be. Excuse me. Okay, looks like we are safe here. Don't think this is anything serious, so. Guys, look how we're rejecting from this 3-minute. CIA confirmed. Bro, I've been... The times that I've been sued for the stupidest things, it's the most stressful thing, but whether it be tenants or people that... Oh my god, bro, I've been sued for the craziest things. This is the issue with living in the United States, is that people will come at you from like all directions. If they see success or whatever it is, if you have any type of business, they will do anything that they can to try and make a buck off of you. And then hiring lawyers is another fee in itself. All the retainers you have to put down, it's all a mess. So whatever you guys do, if you especially if you get into real estate, make sure you cover all of your bases. Don't leave anything to chance. Okay, so we're getting a 3-minute rejection here, but we are trading. Yeah, guys, I mean, in hindsight, this 5-minute did look great. But again, I couldn't take it because we took this internal buy side. The only way I would have taken this long here at this, like, for example, like on this retracement, is if this sell side was taken. If this sell side was taken, I would have known with a much higher level of certainty that we would be reversing here. But because we didn't take it out, I just can't take this long, unfortunately. But this 5 minute looked great. I mean, technically we could have entered here, right? And then your stop would have been, you would have been stopped at break even once this high got hit. But yeah. Doll possible short. I would not short this. We have a 3 minute OB, potentially inversing a 3 minute fair value gap, trading out of a bullish 3 minute fair value gap. Not a good place to short. Even if we inverse this 3, I don't think that that's great. I don't like for an entire is what I meant. Bro, this voice to text is messing with you. For an entry is probably what you said. For an entry is what I meant. Yeah, I don't enter on this type of a trade. Though it's possible it works, it's not high probability to me. So technically, guys, we are rejecting from a 3, and we do have this 3 minute inverse here. So if you are still bearish on the day, you could take this short. I am not taking this, but I wouldn't say it's terrible. And then your take profit would be at this internal low, and then sell side would be your final target. So if you really are still bearish on the day, I don't think this is terrible. We're also rejecting a 15-minute bearish order block. But it's not A plus enough for me to take. But if you are bearish, this is not half bad as long as we get the 3 minute close below, which we did not just there. We closed inside of the fair value gap. So it's not A plus. Guys, I'm going to get some coffee quick. And if I get coffee and I feel good, maybe I'll stay on for, I'll live stream for the AM or the PM session, but we'll see. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Tape read this 3 minute fair value gap. Oh, look at that. So we didn't get an entry on the 3-minute, but we obviously got the huge dump. So that is unfortunate. I used the first presented IFEG. So you're talking about on the 1-minute? Like this little tiny 1-minute right here. I mean, we didn't even get an entry for that one. Do you guys see how we never closed below? You would have had to wait for this body candle right here, which is not good. If I look at the 5, wow, we closed below the 5 again, and now we're closing above it. This is such shitty PA. Use Eastern time. What candle in Eastern time? Wow, this is super bullish. That's crazy. No, I'm eating my words. Yeah, guys, this is a really bad day since the CPI move. Which, in theory, this is actually good, but I couldn't take this personally, guys. If this 1-minute inverses, this is probably going to be a good long back up, but I don't know. This price action today is weird. I don't like it at all. Looks like we're building sell side. Yeah, so guys, look at all of... Okay, so that's an excellent point from 3-bar reversal. But look at this low resistance liquidity, okay? This is going to get taken out eventually. But 9:41 EST, so you're talking about 12:41. Bro. It's 11:48. 9:41 Eastern time? Guys, what are we... This for the short? What are you... I'm not sure what you're talking about, bro. This 1-minute for a short setup? Oh, you're just talking about like a 2022 model. You're not talking about an inverse for value gap setup. I think I know what you're saying. Yes, Dallas, right. I always mark out the first FEG in the M1. You can stretch the first presented IFEG and use it for shorts or confluence for the continuation. I think I understand what you're saying, but this is not technically an IFEG yet because we never closed above it. But I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but I think I might understand in a sense. We also just inversed the 3, guys, so we're probably going to go up here to this internal buy side, just a heads up. But again, we're way too high for me to take this now, but I mean, it's probably going to work. Again, up to here, so. Definitely a riskier long, but it's probably going to work. Yep, and Mondays you can use throughout the week. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know exactly what you guys were talking about, but when you're saying the first IFEG, always mark out the first FEG on the M1. What do you mean the first FEG, guys? There's so many FEGs that form today. Okay, so this 3 minute is pushing us higher. We'll probably get up to this internal 1 minute. The first fair value got presented after market open. I see. Yeah, I got you. I see what you guys are saying now. Okay. Got you. Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched that lecture from ICT, but that is an interesting concept, yeah. Dun 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 dun. So we should get a push here, guys, into this LRLR. Probably up to this high right here, if I had to guess, but again, very high risk. I would not personally take this on your own accounts. Maybe on an eval if you want to, but that would be the only thing I would even consider. This is something you'd have to be super careful with. If you got a minute, can we talk about the long-term holds again, please? Yeah. What do you guys want to talk about? So again, guys, we are about to inverse, or we did inverse this 3 minute fair value gap. I know it's not the 941 1 minute, but it kind of holds the same principle. It's the last bearish PD array holding down price. So in theory, we should come up to take out some of this LRLR now. LCRX and SMCI are what I'm looking at. Okay. Hold on 1 second, guys. LRCX. Let's take a look at that. LRCX. Okay, first of all, I don't know anything about this company, but let me just look at the financials. 95 billion, not half bad. They've been on an uptrend for a long time. We're trading into two bullish monthly order blocks, so that's actually a great sign. So if I was looking at this company and I did my research on them, due diligence, we're also down 34% from highs. So yeah, if you like this company, I think this is a great market structure for a long-term position. SMCI, I already know, is like a fraud company. They don't even have an accounting department. They're like, auditing is all messed up. However, for a trade, I'll tell you this. We did just hit this 3-month fair value gap, or monthly fair value gap. So if you're looking for some kind of like a leap trade, you could try entering a position here and praying that we come and rebalance something up here, but I hate SSCI. I would never touch this stock. Wow, guys, so we closed above the 3, now back below it. Shit, PA. Thank goodness we're not in a trade here. We are technically holding the 941 woman at OB, so that is, I guess, for what you guys use, that's actually okay, but apart from that, there's nothing here. So 3-bar reversal, did that answer your questions on LRCX or SMCI? I know I didn't even give you a chance to ask anything, but also, guys, so that 1-minute 941 candle, are you guys saying that this, wait, is it 941? As long as this holds, that this is like a kind of like a silver bullet entry, is that what you guys use it for primarily? Yeah, I think if you know LRCX and you've done your due diligence, I think that's probably a good ad. Seems like a pretty good chart. Just from a technical standpoint, without knowing anything about it, I think that this area is good for additional adds to your position. Again, knowing nothing about it, but the technicals from the chart, those monthly order blocks look really good for long-term ads. Okay, guys, so we're forming a 1-minute OB here after bouncing, holding the 941 candle that they were talking about. But we need to see it hold even harder here and hopefully form a 1-minute OB. But it looks like we're not getting that right now. Is anybody in any trades right now? Because I definitely would say you shouldn't be, but if you are, I'm curious what you're in. Big rejection from Celsius. I still think we're going to go higher here, guys, but there's no model here, so I can't take anything. Definitely not in trade, just tape reading and kicking it. That's the way, guys. Just be smart. Now, we are holding, again, we are still holding this 3 minute and 1 minute. I mean, we closed above and then below it, which I don't like. But I still do think we're probably going to at least hit this internal high right here. Which comes in at, what, 21,179. It might give us a little bit of trouble before that, but it should hit. Also, if you guys have any other stocks that you want me to cover, let me know. Because I really like looking at long-term positions. And if there's stocks, I like what is a 3-bar reversal? What does LRCX do? Just out of curiosity. Because if there's something that has great financials and it's a long-term play and it's at monthly order blocks like that, I would add that as a position if I, once I do my due diligence, but I think that's a good technical spot to add. Especially down 40% from all-time highs if they're a $100 billion company. But I'd have to do more research on them, obviously. I'm taking off this sweater. It's getting hot in here. So hopefully we hold this 3-minute OB to continue higher here. Again, I want to see this get taken out. There's a lot of people who have their stop losses above all these highs. This is low resistance liquidity, and we're in a macro time. So that is the thesis behind all the bullishness here. We also traded into this 5-minute FVG and bounced out of it pretty strongly. So I'd expect this area to hold. Cores, PA was pretty good in the morning. Again, we were bullish, so I couldn't really take any shorts. But if you were on the short side, PA was very clean. And then obviously this chop after the big AM move was shitty. So we didn't take, I tried to take one OB trade here with half size. I got stopped out. So far we are this is the first time in a while, but I've been 2 losses on the day, 1 full size, 1 half size position. And yeah, so I'm waiting to see if there's any other A+ setups, but nothing really presented itself. This 5-minute doesn't look, or this 3-minute doesn't look bad, but I couldn't take this because I still thought we were bearish to sell side. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. No, didn't take any sells. I did call this 1-minute sell here, but I didn't take it because, again, there were equal highs above and buy side, so I couldn't take it personally. But I want to see a push here up to these internal highs and hopefully some of this LRLR as well. I'd want to see it by the end of this macro, ideally. Yeah, I called the short, but again, there's a difference between calling it and taking it. Obviously, we all know that, but like, I didn't have conviction in the short, so I'm not going to say that like that's something that I called and that's like I was a winner on it. I wasn't, and I didn't give you guys conviction on it either, so it wouldn't make sense for me to call that position. Okay, so we're pushing above this internal high. Hopefully we get above this one. That's what I'm hoping to see here. Come on, push a little more. Push above this internal high. This is what we want to see right here. It looks like it might reject here, but let's see. All right, so there's the push above this internal high. Now I want to see this internal high get hit as well. There's all this LRLR here on the 1 minute. Hopefully we get above this internal high as well, which is right here. And again, guys, if this 3-minute inverses, then I think we're probably going to get a strong push, hopefully up to equal highs today. I'm not 100% positive on that, but at minimum, if you want to take a long after this internal high gets closed above, I mean this fair value gap, then your stop to break even would be here. You'd probably get stop to break even on the trade, but I would take a partial in this high right here, which is also a 5-minute fair value gap. Tiny, but it exists. So very big push up here. So again, guys, so this looks very strong. I don't even think we're going to get the entry, but we're probably going to this internal high. And then this 5-minute fair value gap is probably the next target. But if we don't get the close above here on the 3, there's no entry. And it's higher risk, obviously. I mean, your entry, again, I didn't take anything here because I wanted sell-side liquidity. We have all this LRLR. But this would have been a decent bullish entry. But again, I couldn't take this. I'm sorry, guys, that I haven't been able to take any really any A+ setups today. There's going to be days like today where it's just not going to fit my profile. But hopefully the next... There is another set of red folder news tomorrow morning, so I'll be up at 5:30 trading again. But yeah, I feel bad that we've kind of been sitting here and I haven't really been able to take anything AAA+. That one setup we took was a loss. Obviously, I still give that a good setup. On the 2-minute, we got the inverse that I wanted. Where was it? Right here. I was targeting a break even at this internal high. Obviously, I got stopped out on it. But that is what it is. It was A+ to me. We took out sell side. We were trading out of a bullish PD array. We inversed a 2-minute. But yeah, next, hopefully tomorrow will be better. But yeah, once we inverse this 3-minute fair value gap, that would be a great trade. Again, in this case, they kind of did a little bit of manipulation to us and traded back down into this bullish PD array. So technically this 3-minute did fail. However, it's so small that if I was in this long, I probably would have allowed for a trade into this fair value gap, just because I know that this sometimes happens. But yeah, once we closed above, I was targeting all this LRLR. I think we're still going to get up here and probably the 5-minute.
but I would wait for a 3-minute candle close above here to then take it long, stop to break even or a partial at this high, and then leave your runners to high of day, buy side, and equal highs. Doll didn't take any trades. That's good, bro. You're even more disciplined than I was. You didn't take a single trade today. Props to you, bro. And guys, this closes in a minute, so if you're higher risk, again, I would never take this because we're too high up now in premium, but we're probably hitting this internal buy side now, and then we're probably going to this 5-minute fair value gap that is unbalanced right here. Candle closes now, so your entry would be here, even though it's super high risk. And again, we have this 5-minute unbalanced tiny fair value gap that I think we're probably aiming for. Also, we do have these two 5-minute fair value gaps here that we haven't closed above, so this is much higher risk in my opinion, but you do what you want. So if we get this 5 minutes close above as well, this I think it'll be less high risk. But right now this is the final PDA rate holding down price. We got 2 minutes until this candle closes, by the way, guys. And it doesn't look like we're going to get the 5-minute close above. Boring. And to be fair, I mean, after this consolidation leg, this PA was not bad, but again, the only reason I didn't take this 3-minute and 5-minute fair value gap was because we had all this LRLR and sell side liquidity. If today was different and we were able to take this out first and then we got this sweep, I would go heavy size, cash funded, and obviously on the paper account for you guys to see, but it would have been too good. But because we didn't take out the sell side, I have to be disciplined, follow my trading plan, and that is why we didn't get the trade that we wanted. So we just got the 5-minute close, but we did not get the inverse. So this would not be an entry model. However, we're probably going to take out this internal high, and we're probably going to go and balance this 5-minute, if I had to guess. And this is, so another lesson I want to teach you guys, this tiny little 5-minute here, not a lot of people see this. So people that are very bullish might just long here and not see this, and this could easily be the spot where we reject on the day to go lower. So just a forewarning. So it looks like we're going straight to it. We didn't quite hit it, but we should. And then from here, this is like one of these secret areas where we could easily reject that not a lot of people are seeing. You see how unobvious it is? So I found that the algorithm uses these kind of tiny, especially on the higher time frames, like a tiny 5-minute or a tiny hourly or a tiny daily. They use it as rejection. And I'll show you an example here on Riot, okay? I called this, I think we were live when I called it, but time is fractal, so I don't care if it's the 1 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute, daily, hourly. So on the daily chart on Riot, look at this tiny daily fair value gap. Not many people are paying attention to this. We came into it and just basically like a few cents, and then we rejected. So when you see these higher time frame, so like on the higher time frames on the daily chart, a tiny fair value gap, be careful because that's probably going to be a rejection point. If we look at NQ on the 5 minute, so in this case we're blasting right through it, but pay attention to it. Sometimes they use this as rejection zones. Not always, but in this case they could easily do it, especially because we have a new week opening gap above that we already traded into. So everybody that's kind of like long here and blindly longing, they don't see this fair value gap, and so it could easily be a rejection zone. On the 1 minute, there is this 1 minute fair value gap here, so if there were no fair value gaps on the 1, I would like this better, but I still do think it's potentially rejection zone. Now, there's no model to trade. I'm just saying to pay attention to it and learn that, first of all, these are good draws on liquidity. So like if you're trying to long, these could be good targets to take profits at. Then you don't have to predict the rest of the move, just predict the move up into it. But these could easily be rejection zones. So just a forewarning. Now, if we get, so here's something. If we get a really nice one, okay, so this looks really good, guys. If this 1 minute inverses, I think this is a great short. Because of how sneaky that 1 minute for this 5 minute fair value gap rejection was. Because a lot of people right now that are trying to silver bullet long this will use this as support. So if this closes below, that's a great short in my opinion. Probably down to this internal low. And maybe this will be the high of the day. I don't know. Maybe it will be. Hey. Wow, my puts are up. Holy shit. 31% already. That's fire. I sold some puts yesterday on Tesla and we're already up like $70 a contract. If you guys are not in Tesla, I'm telling you right now, any dump that we get here, you guys should start selling puts. Like I've sold a few puts on Tesla yesterday, collecting almost $250 a contract for selling these. And in worst case, if Tesla dumps to 270, I get to buy more shares. If you guys don't know about selling options, they're like a cheat code. Such a good thing to be using. Okay, so this looks really good for a short. I'm not going to lie already. I think this is going to dump. Of course, we have to wait for the close below, but at minimum, I would target this internal low, and then I would target this as another area. I think I'm going to take this on, I'll show you guys on paper, I'm going to front run it, but if we get the close below, I'll take it on a live account. Okay, guys, I'm in this on a live account. It is a little bit higher risk, but I'm willing to take it. So at minimum, I'm targeting this low. I'll take half the position off here, and then I'll leave runners down to this low. Oh, shoot, I just longed. I just longed, guys, but I'm short on my funded account. On paper, I longed this, but I meant to short this. So just a heads up, guys. So once this low hits, I move my stop to break even and I take a partial on it. So, okay, there's the rejection. So hopefully we're going to move our stop to break even at this low. Again, I know this says I'm red, but I shorted this in my funded account. I did not long it. It was an accidental long. But you guys know anything here, you just inverse it. And now I just did a buy limit, so this is going to be the target now. So my stop is at break even, and I would be targeting this low. So in theory, guys, I'm actually up 375, not down. I hope you guys understand that this is not a long, this is a short. And you see how I called this 5 minute ahead of time, and look where we stopped. The body stopped right at the 5 minute, inverse, bang. Now I would take a partial here in this 1 minute fair value gap, and then I would hold the runners all the way to this low. Because everybody that's long right now, they blindly long, they didn't see this 5 minute fair value gap, 1 minute inverse. And yeah, so we could bounce from here. That's why I would take a partial at the low of this candle right here, the 1208 candle. So you should get your fill right now. So there's your partial. And then I would leave runners. You could take one off at this internal low, but I think the primary objective here is this internal low because everybody that's long has their stops there. And maybe this could be the run that takes us all the way down to sell side. I don't know. I'm not trying to predict that, but we could leave a runner if you guys want. And again, if we're wrong now, first of all, my entry was up here, right? So it already, because I had to buy a second, because it bought that second share here, it brought my average down lower. But I think this low is coming now, and then this low. And then if we had an extra runner, I would leave it again down to sell side. Did anyone take that short? No, 3-bar reversal. Yeah, so on this paper account, I told you guys live that this was a short, but I accidentally hit buy instead of sell. So that's why this is a negative position right now. But on my funded account, this is at almost full, half size, but almost full TP here, which would be here and here. Sorry, this low and this low. Pointing at the wrong screen. Again, I said take a partial in this 1 minute for value gap in case this is the PDA where we bounce out of. Yeah, so what I was telling everybody, all 4 or 5 people here, or 6 or whatever, this tiny 5 minute fair value gap is a place that not many people are watching, and so we can easily get reversals from it. So I called that before it happened, and I said that if we get this 1 minute inverse, I'm going to take this on my live accounts, and I took it on my funded. But on my paper account that I'm showing you guys on the screen, I accidentally hit buy instead of sell. So that's why you see a negative here. But if you guys don't believe me, you can go back and see what I said. So yeah, guys, this is a lesson for you. This is why I like having new week opening gaps on my chart as well. When we reject out of a new week opening gap, especially earlier in the day, and then we get these tiny higher time frame, like it's not this 5 minute chart is not a high time frame, but for the small time frames, it is high time frame. So when you get like a tiny inverse on a higher time frame of the small time frames, so like the 5 minute versus the 1 minute, then this is typically a good area to look for rejection. Now, I'm not saying just to short it blindly, but if we immediately reject out of it, and we reverse and we do an inverse 1 minute, then I take this short almost every time, because I know anyone that's long that's using this 1 minute as a bullish signal has their stop at least below this low. So I take a partial there, and then in this 1 minute for value gap. As you can see in this case, we used a 1 minute to bounce. So I said to take a partial in here in case we don't go to these lows. But like here, I would expect this 1 minute or this 1 minute to reject. Again, my stop would have been at break even here, so I would be stopped out on the second half of the position. I'm not trying to predict whether we're going to go up or down at this point, but it was a free trade. So again, I got half of my profits on this. I haven't been stopped out yet on my funded because I entered. Okay, so I just got stopped out for break even on the rest, but it was at this body. That was where I entered the trade. All right, we'll just close that out. But I hope you guys learned something from that trade. So pay attention to these high time frame, higher time frame, tiny fair value gaps. They typically work because nobody sees them. That's something I've noticed. Exactly, doll. I took half my profits, and so I took it at a high probability area. If I make a ton on the second half, all the better. But I'd rather take partials and get stopped out for break even than just witness something and let it run against me and then go and tilt. Not fun to do that. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, so my prediction here, and again, predictions are not entries, but I would think that we'll probably continue down here. I really wanted that sell side. And I really, by the way, I just put on another sweater because the other one was too hot. But there's all this LRLR here on the 1 minute that I really want to hit. And I'm thinking that it's going to hit here. We did just take out, well, I'm looking at MNQ. Did we take out the high here? Did we just leave equal highs here, guys? Wow, so we just left equal highs here on the chart. Yeah, this is crazy. So this is one of these times, guys, where this could potentially be the day where we start leaving equal highs for a sell-off. Again, I can't predict that, but based on the PA today, this could be one of those days where like we leave these equal highs and we dump, and then we take these out later in the week or later in the month. So don't be surprised if these don't hit today, but I would never try and predict that again. But technically, this 1 minute inverse is still valid because we never closed back above it. So until that happens, this could easily still be a short. Again, I would never short with equal highs above, but just a forewarning that I've seen this type of PA before, and it's possible that these equal highs will be left and that we'll just dump here and take out all this LRLR today. So yeah, just a heads up. Guys, can you believe that can you believe that Bitcoin is almost at 100 freaking thousand? That's freaking wild. I'm in shock. I've never made so much money in crypto in my life than I have in this bull run. I mean, I wasn't really prepared for the last one as much, but thank the Lord, and hopefully this holds, God willing. And I'm just gonna letting you guys know, MNQ did not make equal highs here. We took this out by a tick, so it doesn't really matter. But also, guys, we have an SMT. We have an SMT with ES. Oof, guys, I'm pretty. Damn, I would love to short this again. I think we're gonna dump here because of the SMT, the equal highs that just formed here on NQ, LORLR below. Man, the 1 minute IFEG was perfect, but unfortunately I got stopped on the other half of my position. If this didn't stop me out, I would have made so much bank on this run. Damn, that is unfortunate. Ah. See, guys, this is the kind of time where emotions like kick in, like the FOMO. Like I could easily see this collapse here, but again, I can't take it. It's just like something to watch, but it's just kind of like, ah. But this is showing you guys, as a profitable trader, I still experience emotions. I still experience FOMO. But just because I have these intrusive thoughts like I want to take this trade, I have done this so many times in the past where I don't follow rules, mess up, and the pain of those experiences over time have allowed me to, even with intrusive thoughts, I know what my model is, I know what my setup is, and I can't break my rules. I just can't. It doesn't, I can't do it. There's been too much pain in my life with trading to do that anymore. And that's part of like the evolving process. But even if I am so confident, which in this case, I'll be honest, I'm actually not that confident because of these equal highs. But definitely I've seen days like today where this kind of thing forms. And this ends up being an internal high that's left for weeks and weeks. And we just dump. And potentially rebalance volume imbalances daily for value gaps like we have here that I called earlier. Sell side liquidity. But yeah, sometimes we just have to sit and watch, guys. And if it goes, or if it does what I predict, all the better. But again, I would say this is not high probability because of these equal highs. We could easily just smoke them. So, but if you really are an RR trader and you know this kind of setup, you could take this and target this, and your RR would be ridiculous. It'd be like a 16 or 16 to 1 or something. But again, I would never take this, guys. Never, ever, ever. If we were in a macro, I'd short it in a second. Now, even if we're in a macro, I never short when we have perfect equal highs above me. Never. They're too likely to hit. I'm just saying my intrusive thoughts and my degen gambling brain says that these could be left. And then we could just completely collapse. And then I would make a shit ton of money. But we would never actually do that with a real account. Again, guys, I used to do that stuff years ago. But too much pain has come out of doing that stuff. I might be right. If you guys want to do it with 1 micro, you can do it. Because 1 micro all the way down to this LRLR will still make you a decent amount. But yeah, again, guys, there's all these motherfuckers, again, sorry, excuse my language, on X, like the Days and the Romeos. I don't know if you guys know who they are. Even ICT does it. They like create this kind of like mystique, this mystery. I'm the all-knowing. I don't experience emotions when I trade. It's all business transactions. I don't care who you are, how long you've been trading. That is a complete lie. Some of the best traders I know, every trader I know that's good, every single one experiences emotions. It's easy to type on a screen just a bunch of words to make yourself appear a certain way. But in reality, if you actually speak to these people and watch them trade live, if they can show you a real account, I'm telling you right now, they're only human, and they experience those emotions too. So that's why the market is so difficult, because there's things like this where we're open to interpretation. There's equal highs. I have seen this pattern before. I have a degenerate brain. So there's so many different things that will go through your brain while you're trying to trade. The key is to not let intrusive thoughts win. Know when something is high probability. This one, when it was A+, I executed. I got stopped at break even on half the position and took half profits. So you see how even with my degen brain, I'm still able to take A+ setups and I still make money. So currently, right now, I still am slightly red on the day. But after this win, I'm close to break even. So another part of my degen brain here says 1-to-1 trade. 1-to-1 up to these equal highs, and then 1-to-1 down. So it would be like a 50-50 trade, but again, I would never take that with a live account. In fact, I shouldn't even tell you guys about these degen things that I... Wow, big rejection on Celsius, guys. See how we traded into this hourly for value gap, took out internal buy side, and immediately rejected. I do want to see $31, though. But we'll see what we get. Okay, so we're about to hit the equal highs. Imagine if we just like miss them by a tick and then we just collapse. That would be wild. Somebody, if that happens, guys, and I like I said, I've called this, my degen brain called this before it happened. If it happens, somebody owes me like, you got to send me like a $5 coffee, because that is wild if I predict this. For you RR traders, you're getting a 16 or 20 or even 1,000 to 1 trade here, okay? So if I win, if you win, it's because of me. Look at this, from this entry right here, stop would be at the equal highs. I know, again, guys, I am completely joking, but if you take this all the way down to the LRLR and the sell side right here, we're talking, what is this? 22 to 1 trade, guys. 22 to 1 trade. Who wants the 22 to 1 RR? 22 to 1 must be good, right? If I call this right now and this happens, oh my god, that'd be so insane. I'm telling you guys, I've seen this happen before, but I would never take this, because no matter how confident I am, it's just degeneracy. Now, with 1 micro, I mean, why not, right? But never with the live account. Now it's even better than a 22 to 1, by the way. If you take it right now, it's like a 30 to 1 RR trade. We missed it by a tick again, guys. Oh my god. If we get a down close candle here below this 1 minute, ooh, my degen brain would be stimulated. And no way, we just missed it by a tick again. Oh my god. Guys, 30 to 1 RR trade right now. 31 to 1 RR trade. Dude, we just missed it by a tick again. I'm telling you right now, if we get a 1 minute close below this this candle right here, ooh, that is game. I think that's game over. But again, I'm not taking it. I am not taking that on a live account. I'm repeating to you guys again. This is just degenerate me talking because we're bored here. And I think the equal highs will probably hit now. And whoa. Okay, so there you go, guys. Good thing we don't listen to our degenerate brain, right? Okay, so we just traded into this 1 minute FEG and immediate rejection. So if you guys want a 2022 model short, if you guys trade that, I wouldn't say this is half bad, but again, I'm not a 2022 model trader, so I would never take this. We still have an SMT with ES, right? So guys, you see how we took out the highs on ES. We made a higher high on ES. And on NQ, we made a lower low. So if you are a 2022 model trader, this is what you want to see. Obviously, you want to see an SMT with ES. And we are getting a rejection here. So yeah, guys, this looks ready to collapse. We have all this low resistance liquidity, internal buy side, internal sell side right here. Again, there's no model for me. If you're a 2022 trader, this was a good entry, like I said. I just don't trade it. And again, you want to see it paired with SMT. You want to see it paired with a I kind of call this like a hidden rejection, this 5-minute fair value gap. But yeah, I would move your stop to break even at this low if your entry's right here, because if we are truly bearish, we should not come back to this high right here. Okay, so we're dumping further, guys. This looks pretty good. Pretty good. If this 3-minute inverses right here, combined with this OB that's forming, again, we have closed below it once, but now we're closing it below it a second time. I think it's more likely now that equal high has been taken. 2022 model SMT with ES. I don't think this is a half bad short. But I don't know. It's not for me. Again, technically this is a 3-minute short, guys, but if you were in this, I don't know. I would say the 2022 model would have been the entry, but I would never have taken that, so nothing here for me. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to get off here. But study this 3-minute. Because I've told you guys already, we do have all this LRLR here, and we have sell side we never swept. So maybe we get it here. I don't know, but again, this is not something I would take personally. But I don't think there's much else today. I mean, we could see what happens in the PM session. Again, if something A+ happens in the PM session, I will call it in the Discord, but I think that's going to be it, guys. So best of luck. If you guys are done trading, I would suggest you be done. But if you're not, wow, look at this, guys. Fake 3-minute, so good thing we didn't take that. But yeah, I wish you guys the best. Hopefully you get a good setup, but I would say wait till tomorrow. I'm going to be live streaming again at 5:30, so